morning, everybody. Welcome to day 14 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. We've got Matthew McCabe on the stand wrapping up his direct examination. We'll get through cross, and then the $1,000,000 question of the day everybody is going to have. Are we getting Jen McCabe next? And perhaps even more importantly, are we going to get a Lally snooze special, being able to drag out the direct examination through the entire day with enough details about coaching basketball, being neighbors with John, et cetera, et cetera. All these relationships with the Albert family. We're going to be able to drag that out through a full day to avoid any cross-examination taking place before the weekend. That's what I'm eager to see, because I'll tell you what, not necessarily looking forward to another soporific direct for the bulk of the day. You know, one thing I was thinking last night that I mentioned to Jeff was the defense has really not objected so far to any of this repetitive, cumulative stuff, irrelevant stuff, even though Judge Bev has to some extent kind of been begging them to. I mean, it's gotten to the point where even she is starting to be like, Mr. Lally, move it along. We don't need to hear all this other stuff. We don't need to hear about the apron again, yada, yada. But the defense is not objecting, and they're just letting the Commonwealth dig their own hole here. Well, sometimes it's good to go ahead if your adversary is making a mistake, you just let them keep making it, and hold that in your pocket until there's a good reason for you to go ahead now and start getting involved. And wouldn't it be funny if, Mr. Lally calls Jen McCabe planning on being able to drag her out for the entire day, and now is the point that Karen Reed's defense team starts objecting to all the nonsense? Wouldn't maybe be the worst strategy in the world. I'm sure it would throw him a little bit off his game. Hasn't had to deal with that so far and won't necessarily see it coming. So just one of those little shifts that could add a little excitement if they were inclined to go down that road. But we're so behind on this case. Mentioned it yesterday. They got more than 40 witnesses still to go. We haven't even gotten halfway through their witness list yet. We haven't heard from a single state trooper. Heard from literally one expert, one forensic source, this veterinary DNA analyst that we had to take out of order. So just a massive amount of this case still to go. But we're gonna, I anticipate, be spending the afternoon bogged down in details that don't matter just once again. So I am interested to see. We got the hint from Ally McCabe's testimony that there's a fair amount of digital data that law enforcement leading to police, we can infer, this is from the federal investigation, they were able to get data from her apps, probably from her phone. Did they get Matt's as well? I'm going to be interested to see that. Definitely going to come out and cross if they did. Yeah, this is just very, very interesting to see how it's unfolding and how what we expect is kind of lining up with what we see. So far, it feels to me like Mr. Yannetti has done a lot more to deliver on the promises that he made in opening statement than Mr. Lally has. That said, Mr. Yannetti actually made more promises in his opening statement than Mr. Lally did. But that said, the few things that I feel like I was committed to being able to prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, accelerated, et cetera, not feeling real good about the Commonwealth's delivery on those points here. I saw that part of the commentary going around last night that's now been revived is an argument that I guess goes back to her bail hearing back in early February of 2022, and people who have already convicted Karen Reed are really hammering on this video of the bail hearing because David Yannetti says in this bail hearing, well, it was a terrible mistake. She loved him. It was an accident. Uh, Basically, just discounting any type of motive to have harmed him or something like that. And this is being kind of put out there as again proof positive that Karen Reed committed this crime. And I gotta tell you, I just don't see that. I really don't see that. I'm not seeing any inconsistency between being in the initial stages of something like this, finding your boyfriend dead on the grass, trying to give him CPR, not being able to revive him, uh, after kind of waking up in a panic because he hasn't come home, and that never happens. I don't think there's anything consistent with being in shock and thinking, yeah, maybe I did do this, maybe I could have done it. I definitely wonder if that was suggested to her by the people she was driving around with that morning. That would be something I would very much like to know. If she testifies, I'd expect that would come out. But I don't think there's really anything inconsistent with being in that state, initially thinking, yeah, I did this. Maybe I could have done it. I can't think of any other way. I'm certainly not inclined to immediately point the finger at, people in the house, blame them for a cover up or something like that. This all to me seems pretty normal. And then as the evidence starts to come out of what actually happened, you change your mind. You come to realize, no, I didn't do this. This is not what happened. This investigation is not on the up and up. It just to me, I don't really see that as a big conflict. And maybe that's because as a criminal defense attorney, I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that people falsely confess all the time, and it's really almost kind of baked into the system to try to get that type of thing to happen. If has anybody seen American Nightmare? We just watched this a couple nights ago. It's a documentary on I think it's on Netflix, and I don't want to give too many spoilers if you haven't seen it because it really was fantastic. It's a great watch, but it's just a real up close and personal look at how these investigative techniques kind of work, and the extent to which once they have focused in on their target, once they have focused in on their suspect, decided what their theory of the case is, so many of these techniques are geared towards corroborating that, whether it's correct or not. And I know another person who has talked a lot about what happens with how is it that people falsely confess and stuff like that. Well, heard a lot of interesting stuff about that from Amanda Knox. uh, may remember Amanda Knox is the woman. She was a student at the time, arrested in Italy for the murder of her roommate. uh, Based on really not a whole lot more than that she seemed to be behaving strangely when, according to police, when she found out that the murder had happened. So she was acting suspiciously. And then there was an extended interrogation, these techniques deployed on her that are, pretty commonly understood now. And ultimately results in her falsely confessing, because when you get gaslighted for over and over, over and over for hours, and lied to, and people are insisting to you that reality is something different than what you believe it is, and these are people that you are ingrained to supposed to trust, your understanding, like we've been talking about over the course of this trial, your expectation, the narrative you have of police is that they're there to find the truth, they're there to get the right answer, and so they wouldn't be in here lying to you to get bad information from you. Those just aren't facts you're going to be able to reconcile in your head if that's kind of your expectation of how police operate. So very common for people to get broken down in an interrogation setting like that. They question what they really know. They question what they remember. They question whether it was possible that they did it. Saw the same type of thing in Lucas Anderson as well. And in that case, the one we've talked about with the secondary DNA transfer, his DNA was found under the fingernails of a dead man, but ultimately he had a rock solid alibi, and they were able to trace that DNA transfer to paramedics who had taken him to the hospital and then responded to the crime scene to handle the bodies of the decedents. So same type of situation there. This is a man who is not necessarily that sophisticated. He's an alcoholic, and may have some cognitive issues related to that. It's certainly not uncommon. And yeah, police are able to put you in a situation, put you in a mind frame where you just don't even know. You don't know what's right and wrong. You don't know what's true or false. Just a common theme, if you look up like the Innocence Project, exonerations, and get into the details of a lot of those, so many of them are based on false confessions because jurors see that as very compelling. They think that if you said I did it, or you acknowledge the possibility that you did it, that's really strong evidence. People think, well, I wouldn't do that if I were innocent. I would hold out until my dying breath. And certainly some people will. You can go into like prisoner of war camps and stuff like that, and some people hold out, some people don't. But it's just a thing you really don't know until you're in that type of situation and under that type of pressure. You just really don't know how you're going to react. But people do find that very persuasive, and so it's strong evidence. That's why police want to get it. That's why they have all of these techniques to specifically try to elicit those kinds of statements, those kinds of admissions. There's been a lot of criticism in recent years. I've been so heartened to see. I feel like when I started my career as a criminal defense lawyer, it was just such an uphill battle. Like nobody believed anything. Everybody was extremely credulous of the defense, of the prosecution, of law enforcement, of the validity of their techniques and stuff like that. Maybe this is just a factor of where I practice and the communities that I've been in. I mean, I'm sure that's an influence. But you also see this kind of thing trickling down, from the Supreme Court through the appellate courts. You see the kinds of decisions you get and stuff. And I just personally feel like over the course of my career, there has really been a massive shift in the mindset towards criminal prosecution. And I think some of that is because people are becoming a little bit more concerned with the whole mass incarceration issue we have. I mean, it's a little crazy that we're the land of the free, the home of the brave, and yet we imprison, more people per capita than a lot of countries that we would point our fingers at and call them, dictatorships or tyrannies or something like that. So I feel like that might be a part of it. People are starting to question why do we have so many people in jail? We have, I feel like for the first time in my lifetime, started to move away from over criminalizing everything. We're starting, like, the big thing for me was marijuana legalization. I mean, this has been a massive step. Obviously still waiting for that to go further on the federal level. But the war on drugs has just been absolutely ripe field for over incarceration, for putting people in cages for extended periods of time for nonviolent crimes that are basically vice issues, not necessarily hurting anybody at all, not necessarily causing major public health risks, certainly when you compare them to things that are permitted like alcohol and tobacco. So a shift really towards having less criminalization rather than more. This is very very revolutionary for me. I feel like having lived through that, it's just kind of a new era in criminal defense. So I feel like people are gradually becoming more aware of a lot of these problems with the system. And it's very heartening to me because when I was first starting my career, you really feel like you're banging your head against a wall, trying to sometimes just get people to see, don't you see? Don't you see how this is a problem? Don't you see how crazy this is? You can kind of feel pretty alone for a while, but now more and more people are seeing that. Uh, I went on this tangent because one of the specific things, techniques that has started to get criticized in recent years is what was for years the standard law enforcement interrogation technique that would be trained to pretty much all investigators, called the Reid technique. And the Reid technique has subsequently, been studied by quite a few people, and it's been determined to have a very high rate of producing false confessions, eliciting information that is not reliable. And it's because it's really geared towards putting pressure on the person who's being interrogated so that they uh, are more inclined to just ultimately want to please. They want to please the person who's asking them the question, the person who's in the authority. Part of the technique is you establish your authority. Uh, and so the bottom line is, you just find ways to get them to tell you what you want to hear. And yeah, eventually you'll be able to get there. Some people break earlier than others. Some people don't. But so all these specific things like lying to people during the interrogation, this has been established for decades that it's legal for police to do that. It's not considered any type of due process violation or violation of your rights or something like that. Police can and do sit down in the interrogation room and lie to your face about what they know, what information they have, what evidence they have. And the thought process behind this, I mean, I certainly understand. If you think they have you and they really don't, you might volunteer something. You might, you might give them some information that they're then going to be able to jump on and show, no, this shows something you shouldn't know. This shows you are contradicting something you shouldn't be contradicting. I mean, whatever, just something that helps establish your guilt. But the problem is, if police are lying to you and lying to you and lying to you, and you're there in good faith trying to cooperate, having a belief in the police as truthful, truth-seeking investigators, then you're going to have a hard time reconciling what they're telling you with what you're pretty sure you know and pretty sure you remember happening. So that's the situation where people can ultimately just start giving police concessions. Yeah, maybe I did. I mean, I really don't remember that, but I can't say it's impossible. I mean, and then you get into the explanation, right? That's part of the Reid technique. People want to feel that they're the good guy. And so even if you have done something bad, most people, they might feel bad about it, but they'll feel like there's some kind of explanation, if not a justification, at least, relate to me with how I got into the situation to where I did this bad thing. And police are very, very good at playing on that as well. Building rapport, big part of the Reid technique. I understand they'll play good cop. I understand you don't necessarily mean, but things get out of hand. And it's just, and one time when I was a kid, I had this thing happen. They'll just, often go through these whole lines that are completely not true, that are just thoroughly manipulative to try to get you to accept their theory of the case and then explain to them how it's possible that could happen. So all of this is not novel to me. Okay, I've been looking at and addressing this stuff for years, for almost decades at this point. I don't have a hard time with the idea that somebody initially thought it was possible that I did this. Somebody might have been manipulated to think that they're the one who did it, especially if you're under a really stressful state, uh, in shock from having discovered your dead boyfriend on the grass. That is going to be nobody is going to really act normal in that situation, I don't think. So to me, it doesn't matter really what she thinks. What she thinks, it's not irrelevant, but it's just one piece of information. And if it doesn't line up with the rest of the evidence, then it doesn't matter to me. You can think things that are wrong. People often think things that are wrong. So if she thought she hit him, but the evidence proves he didn't get hit by a car, then we're done. Like I don't care what she thinks. It's not going to be that persuasive in that situation. So this is why I don't really find a lot of ammunition in this argument that's being circulated that, oh, on like day 3 or day 4 of this case, David Yannetti was saying in public, well, it was a terrible accident. Yeah, they might have thought that at the time. And then they realized, wait a minute, the taillight wasn't like this when he took custody of the car. Nobody saw any taillight out there in the snow. He didn't get dumped on the snow at the beginning of the night when it was just starting to storm. Snow was barely even accumulating at that point. He would have been lying on bare grass if that was the case, but he's clearly here on a big amount of packed snow. Really looks like he was put there later after the storm had continued for a while. These injuries really don't look like a car accident. This is not what we expected to hear. He looks like he was beat up. I don't know how a car accident gives you a bloody nose, bloody mouth, and a big egg over your forehead. Uh, to me, none of this is inconsistent. You can think you did it, and the evidence comes out and it proves you didn't. That's pretty much what happened with Lucas Anderson. Entirely willing to believe that he might have done it, didn't remember, but could have done it. Would have been really out of character, but could have done it. But it turns out, no, the evidence proves you didn't. You couldn't have. You weren't there. You were locked up in the hospital under observation, and nobody saw you anywhere. So that's just some of the commentary that I've seen recently. So looks like they're a little bit late getting started today. So I'm kind of having to double check because for some reason I've been using the law and crime stream just because they seem to have the best sound to me. We've had this issue ongoing with the attorney's microphone, particularly when they are away from the podium and they're speaking from some distance. Very, very hard to hear them. It's just not amplified the same that the other microphones are. So law and crime, from my perspective, seems to have gotten the best adjustment of that for us to be able to listen to. But their stream is acting a little bit weird for me when I try to find when it gets started. So I'm just going to check one of the other channels to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Let's see what NBC 10 is up to. NBC 10 is showing us a fan, so okay. Feel good. Feel good that we're not missing anything. Well, yeah, Friday, 5 days at 5 in the morning. I'm a girl of my word, guys, and I did promise you as this thing went on, you're going to see my hair and stuff start to degrade. I deliver on my commitments, don't I? So, yeah, it's going to be nice to have a weekend and sleep in just a tiny little bit, get some other stuff done. It's been a little wild. I've had all these ideas for things I want to write for my Substack. I still haven't finished my scorecard recap. We've just been a little swamped here. On a personal level, we're in the middle of trying to build a chicken coop, and as you might expect, I don't half-ass it when I build a chicken coop, right? We're gonna go over the top. We're gonna build more of a palace, more of a fortress. Um, and that's because we have, we have bird dogs. Okay, we've got some pretty strict demands here for keeping the chickens secure and safe. But that is definitely taken up a lot of my time outside of doing all of the streaming that I hadn't necessarily anticipated doing. But I'm sucked in, and I keep thinking we're finally going to get to the good stuff. We're finally going to get to the point where there's some evidence against Karen. We're finally going to get to the point where either there's crystal clear corroboration of a hoax or the hoax is completely debunked. Really haven't seen either of those things happen so far. I I don't think that they have certainly proven who done it. I don't think from the testimony yesterday we're at the point of being able to say, oh well, it was Colin Albert that did it. It was Brian Higgins that did it. It was Brian Albert that did it. I don't think we know. And honestly, I don't know that it matters. The defense doesn't have to prove. They don't have to solve the crime. They don't have to prove how it went down. They just have to show that there are a lot of alternatives to the state's case that would make sense under these sets of facts. Looks like they're getting ready to get started here. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go.
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Tenodi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Judge. Morning. So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Judge Cannoni in her sunny
Everyone said
morning
yes and
mood.
nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
Matthew, raise your hand one more time. You solemnly swear the answer to the court and during the case that answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Already yawning. Me too, Mr.
Good morning,
Lally.
sir.
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was it?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard screaming?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going, after I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continued while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
You recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
To,
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
Good job, Bev.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
in reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Riley asked you what you thought, what you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
So you had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, what are you talking about?
Objection.
She was at,
Not what you said to your wife.
all right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the
Um,
question, Mr. Riley, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did you have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. And one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I was still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife, when you were in the bedroom and your wife was on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall, we saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, or another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those texts, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text. As far as the phone call that you placed with Mr. O'Keefe, did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that morning?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling, that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
Who is this gentleman and why are we not naming him?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And where is it, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out there?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front, what was she yelling at that?
She again repeated, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
What, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight.
Oh, really?
What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
because of the weather, correct?
Nobody gives a shit about a broken taillight.
And so, your wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, happen to see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were describing before, about a half hour after you, hear the initial call?
Yes, from when, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out, from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home, with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time, that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm gonna say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is, what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance. And as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars. And I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way to Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside? It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. The Ford Explorer, I think it was. And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child.
More
for
coaching.
soccer.
Yeah, more sports.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the Fur Bush's house.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, She informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34.
I proceeded to the front door.
When you got inside,
Knock, knock.
if anyone was inside when you got
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point, while you were at the house.
What about his
did you
condition?
speak to,
Did you find him
mention Officer
sleeping
Lang was
on
there,
the
is that correct?
couch?
That's correct.
Why
If there
did
was
you
any
need
other
to rush
officers,
over?
in the house at that time or at any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank. At that moment, other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John.
The first
Obviously,
guy?
I told him no. I had no
Spoken to
idea. I'm
alone?
just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm gonna say give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
As your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct?
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Right. Closer than,
Why?
no.
Were you worried you might
On
say
that,
Bukaki?
on that date of January 29th, 2020.
'Cause you've been
you met
watching
either
the
Trooper
trial?
Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before.
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
In the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, right?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying. She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting. It was, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian
Time to
Albert,
wake
Sr.,
up.
they were in the downstairs area of the home,
Yes, they were.
and both you and your wife were upstairs.
At noon?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turning our attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Suddenly everyone's scrupulous with the interviewing protocol and the separating the witnesses.
I have one moment, Ron.
Sure.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
I thought Brian said she was all worked up.
Previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that. she's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So,
Good morning, Mr. McCabe.
good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday? You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes,
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes.
I-
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you and Brian Albert
Ah, come on, stream.
hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to
Thanks.
skip all that. And I'd like to
Great.
streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy
Uncomfortable with
about
all
it.
these words.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John had mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This was the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
You
In
didn't
any
go to any
case,
school to do
everything
right?
seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer,
In my recollection, yes.
and you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes,
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
they were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Oh, really?
Do you recall testifying before
Knew
the
this
grand
was
jury
coming.
regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall that question specific, but yes.
Right, well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh, if I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
No, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of
Depends
2022
on
than
what
it
the
would be
meaning of
today?
is.
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
I knew
Judge,
this
feel
was
free to stand
coming. I knew they were going to have him in the prior testimony because now he's trying to hedge and now he's trying to back away. I don't know what the guideline is for intoxicated. Well, use your common sense, dude. Everybody is able to interact with people and get a sense. Is this guy shit-faced? It's not rocket science. They're trying to make it into rocket science. And it's not a good look. It's not a good look. You guys notice him call her the defendant in direct? You notice who else did that? Brian Albert. Brian Albert also called her the defendant. How many people do that in real life, you think, are going to refer to her that way? You have known her this entire time. Your association of her is as Karen Reed, and suddenly now you've shifted to the defendant. I want to know how many times you have talked about this case with Brian Albert. It's just one more of those bits of cop talk thing. You know, they're gonna dehumanize her. They're not gonna acknowledge her as a person or an individual. The defendant. I proceeded to the house. I observed. I identified my family at the bar.
Yes.
This guy is really following Brian
I had
Albert's
just asked
lead,
you
is my
if
read.
your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them Strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes,
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally. Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let that one go.
my answer is yes. I had previous, I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes. Of
Okay.
course, I had previous
And-
relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir. I don't.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the
Sort of
specific
overly
question.
intoxicated.
If that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines
Just
13 to 15 for council. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
I absolutely believe Lally asked it that way, sort of overly intoxicated. Remember we were talking yesterday about difficulties with the record after
Okay,
the fact with these terrible
just a couple more
questions?
things about the waterfall.
There you go.
I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not
Grab
recall
ass.
that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't,
What does it mean?
they didn't grab each other. They were
What does
in
it
a
mean?
fighting stance.
Playing
Didn't
grab
they
ass.
crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcome. Yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakisis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
How many cars were
in.
in the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be that? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars
Right?
to the right, correct?
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Albert's property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting for the spotlight the front of the Albert's home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah,
May I approach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you
do
have the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
If you could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, it's right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
No, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
I'm gonna step a moment.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of The edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No,
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take, 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow in the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller. If I'm the end of if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you are the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th
Very fresh.
would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later.
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well,
Pull up Exhibit 66.
I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted
Well,
as
do
to
you
what
mean
you
right
told
as in straight
Michael
out
Proctor?
front?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know.
You don't know if you
Well,
deny
second
it?
question.
All
I
right,
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Well,
Okay.
You're smiling now, that's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
this is the last time on that question, is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel.
So next time, just show it to Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry. You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
This isn't super damaging stuff, but it really is softening him up. Calling out the smiling.
May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold on.
I'm stating
did
what
say
I
that.
remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and,
Objection, Your Honor.
and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
no, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see you at sidebar.
He's got to move on. He's got to move on. Lally doesn't have to move on, but he's got to move on. Yeah, I mean, I don't think maybe it's just me. I don't think this is all they have to work on this guy with. I think he's just working him up a little bit. He's softening him up, getting him mad because he's got something good that he's going to unload. And he wants him mad when he unloads that. Just my guess, just a prediction, but it's what I would expect. Because yeah, of course, this is not particularly bombshelly. You know, I don't have a problem with this idea that Michael Proctor is really focused on the SUV being on the right side of the property because that's where John was found. So if that's the information he got, that's the significant fact that he details in his report. Doesn't necessarily write down the specifics, first in front of the door, then slightly to the right, then past the neighbor's property. But he's getting so mad about it that this is potentially working to Unetti's advantage. If he's got something more that he can then capitalize on that anger with. And again, with the just, I've always said, we already know now he's testified, he's interviewed multiple times. Very unlikely that every single one of those is completely consistent. I mean, even when you are telling the truth, as we've talked about, sometimes you add another detail, you remember, you flesh something out, you brush over a part of it that seems not significant to you. Lots of different ways that the story can vary. So if he's getting this mad over these little things, yeah, I don't know. I will say I loved Yannetti calling out the smiling, even though I don't necessarily think that's totally unfair, totally fair. Just because he's smiling doesn't necessarily mean he's happy or this is funny or whatever. He can be a nervous laugh, nervous smile. He can be a what the fuck kind of smile person, which I often am myself.
Oh, thank you very much.
One last question on this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
You
with
shouldn't
regard
comment on
to
that in front of the jury,
Trooper
Judge.
Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the.
You will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes. Again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct.
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway. Correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me. You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct,
Before the black SUV arrived.
correct.
And saw the black SUV first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole. And
Come on,
so not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street. In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
no,
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in correct?
yes, three.
come on, stream.
Right, and you know, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward.
This is getting annoying.
In fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the third time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant. Just
I might try NBC 10, guys.
times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again,
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just out.
I'm going to change it, guys.
You spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
that's what it says on this paper.
Ah, hang on a sec here. Oh, for heaven's sake. Let me get it up. Okay.
With my family?
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts.
yes.
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have
The
had
sound is a
multiple
lot worse.
conversations about this case with your
Guys, I'm just going to go back a minute here because we missed something.
right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
With my family?
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes.
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
Yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV
Can't handle that, guys. The sound is just not working. So I'm going to go ahead and try to take us back to law and crime here. I will back it up so that we aren't missing all this. Let's see. We're just going to scooch back a couple minutes and then we'll pick it up. Oh man, and it's still
It's fair to
buffering.
say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes
We get
My
to pick
family?
our poison today.
Yes,
Buffering or sound.
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
Realize I don't have my
that is
phone on.
correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards the cross the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with, because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a
So that's the
tire
weird
tracks
wave.
after I've
Now
done
the
a
weird
3-point
wave
turn
is a
to determine
3-point
what they
turn.
actually look like
3-point turn is not that
And-
weird.
and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house. So I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You
but
didn't see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes,
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to, we think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right, you could hear both sides of the
They
conversation.
must have some
correct?
Bluetooth
I
stuff
could hear
from
John
the
as well,
car.
yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned, go down Chapman to Fairview, to, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street, the house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to
So we hear
orient
the
him as to
kid,
where to
Bella,
go,
but we
correct?
don't know
Yes,
And once you did
who
that,
you
John
thought
O'Keefe never called back for any
John might
clarification,
have
correct?
crashed on their couch.
yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And
How
it
come
was an
nobody
educated
texted him to
assumption
just
based
be
on the
like, "What's
conversation
up?
that you had, correct?
Are
Yes.
you not coming?"
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Hey, Sleuthy, welcome to the chat. Good to see you, girl.
Finding him a
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
And realizing that you don't have a compass or a rule, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes,
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Okay.
I gotta admit, I feel like Janetti has given us a little louder treatment this morning. I'd like to get to the point about this. Okay, there might be some inconsistencies, but I'm starting to get bored here. Give me some goods on this guy, or let's move on to something else.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Oh, thank you.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
And that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean, well, strike that. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a 3-point turn, correct?
She could do a 3-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
Right. And a 3-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that, you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking? I don't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you were talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a 3-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a 3-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a 3-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this 3-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks.
We know that.
I didn't say it was a 3-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a 3-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a 3-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, again, I understand your qualification. You could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, The first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I was looking over, I would have been looking over the lawn, correct?
And
Again,
the
I was
V-shaped
focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were far.
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused,
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
my fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was
But you
somehow
have
in my visibility. I
peripheral
wasn't
vision.
focusing on the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And
Acceleration,
last question on this
engine
point, at
revving.
no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
Wish I did.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes,
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that to get to strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Alberts property, correct?
yes,
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped a car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes,
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
that is correct.
And it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes,
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes,
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
she was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
So at that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Can you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
Only you do not
You don't
recall.
recall monitoring what troopers were doing? in
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds.
Ooh.
You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you?
Yes.
He's got the group text and now he seems nervous.
Oh, 2-150.
No, show it to him, don't.
I'm sorry.
Attach it?
Oh, you showed it.
Show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Miller, and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Thank you.
I'm showing you your documents, sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses. I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have
Is it light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it. Here we go, up front. What the hell? How is
What the hell? Who's that? He doesn't remember this.
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time, the time.
Yep, I got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab that
Yes.
back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The
Oh,
troopers
he
were
had his
outside of the
arms
house, yes.
Right, that's
Casually
that's my
hungover.
question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
that's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes,
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them. Sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
She doesn't want him going down this line of inquiry. I mean, yes, it's prejudicial, not particularly probative. Whether he's racist about Asians or not, doesn't matter. Karen Reed is not Asian. Don't think anybody else involved is Asian. So I do kind of gotta lead with the judge on this one. I gotta lean with her. It's just kind of a smear. And people may think it's a justified smear, but you know, I can't say that I do, not in the context here. People can be racist and not lying. Sure seems like he's getting quite a talking to for such a little thing.
When you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
And again, just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay,
If with the court's permission.
Sure.
thank you.
The reason why he can't say what he's handed him is because you can't comment on what's in this document when it is not admitted into evidence. The jury doesn't get to hear about the contents.
That's what I was just looking for.
I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
So it's just a fine line between here's what I need to draw your attention to and here's the substance of what I'm giving
Okay.
you. And
Thank
that's
you.
why you usually say, like, look at line 2, read it to yourself and look up when you're done.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes,
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading,
Oh, is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the?
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. I think that's probably because I didn't give it to you. May I look?
Yes.
It's not necessarily admitted into evidence at all if it's just coming in to refresh his recollection. It gets marked for identification, but exhibits go to the jury. They're admitted as substantive evidence, and things that are used to refresh are not substantive evidence. So only if this comes in under some exception, to the hearsay rule, somebody authenticates.
Have you
it,
shown
it's
those both to
proffered,
Mr. Lally?
then it might come in. But at this point, it's just being used to refresh his recollection, so it does not become evidence that goes to the jury. I realize this is all kind of complicated. It's going back to that idea that anything that actually
I'm showing you
refreshes
two
your
pages.
memory
Okay.
can be used. It could be a drawing that you made or
Again,
something like
read it
that,
yourself and look up at me when you're done.
but it doesn't tend to prove that you committed the crime or not. It's just a memory aid, so it's not relevant to the actual
Do you have a
trial
phone
itself.
with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
Nancy.
dark.
Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
The testimony about the text is absolutely evidence because it's going to his memory, his credibility, his reliability.
Very much.
Is this inconsistent
All
with
right,
what
much
he's
better.
previously told the jury? Does it all add up? Yeah, they definitely get to consider the testimony. So, and that was, he got away, Yannetti got away a little bit with asking about what did Brian say? And what did you respond? I mean, these are hearsay. If Lally was a little bit more on it, he could potentially be making him work a little bit harder to get those details in. Don't know if maybe they addressed this at sidebar. And
I got it now.
he explained this is not for the truth. This is just going to show like guilty conscience or monitoring activity or something like that. But yes.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
Just happened to be there and decided
So
to take a picture.
You happened to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you
Why is it remarkable?
didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
Unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going
I
on.
was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front
Right,
of the
you
house.
wanted to
Correct.
continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen aside?
So this is just trooper tourism? Why would you be taking that picture? I don't know that I get that. What's remarkable about it? Why does it need to be documented? Why are you documenting? It's just very strange. You told them Great. Now they know. Why do they need to also see? Do they need to see who it was? Do they need to see what specific area they're looking at? I mean, yeah, taking a picture does kind of sound like surveillance if we're just going to put it out there. Sounds like a little counter surveillance kind of scene going on. Well, this is definitely more interesting than all that stuff with the right side of the house versus the center of the door. Oh, we're taking the jury out. We're going to get a little voir dire.
Is there any objection from council if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again? So why don't you do that? Okay.
Same phone or is it a new phone? Everyone wants to know. Because if this is the phone you had at the time, how about you open it up and scroll for us? That would be pretty funny.
Thank you.
That has
Last
happened
report,
at trials before. You bring the phone that you maybe shouldn't have brought, then you can be asked. Oh, why are we getting the fan? I guess we're just waiting for her to come back. I'll try to catch the fan. I'll try to catch the fan there. Well, yeah, this is getting a lot better than where we started for sure. It is kind of I feel like potentially corroborating my theory here that all of that early stuff with the window and the door and the location of the car, this is just softening up to get him annoyed, get him uncomfortable, so that when you actually come with the good stuff, he's already a little worked up, or at least he's already kind of shown what his baseline is for a reaction like that. You can see the difference potentially between how he reacts when he gets hit with something not real damaging versus how he reacts when he gets hit with something that hurts. So we're potentially going to be able to see the difference here with what hurts him. Now, I'm going to say right off the bat, I think this is a little bit of a high risk strategy. It's a high risk, high reward strategy potentially from Mr. Yannetti. Because the problem with bringing in these small amounts of the group chat, now we know that they exist. The implication is going to be, well, there should be more there, right? If these are the hoaxers, these are conspirators, then you would think they would be chatting about a lot of stuff in the days following that event. So it's going to highlight what we don't get shown. Like if this is the only thing in this entire group text exchange that goes to the jury, that's not really quite as compelling to me as if you have a whole bunch of shady stuff being said in this group chat. So if the defense has more, then I think this could play very well. But if they don't have a lot more from this group chat, I think there's an argument that the Commonwealth could make that, well, you just cherry pick this one thing out about taking a picture of the troopers there, but there was nothing else there that was worth highlighting. Now I realize these guys, they should know better than to be talking about this stuff over text anyway. Certainly Brian Albert knows perfectly well. This is why you pick up the phone and make a call. You don't You don't put your stuff in writing out of the possibility that it can be recovered later on. If you want to say things that can't be traced, you say them over the telephone. So it doesn't necessarily mean, just because they didn't text anything incriminating that they didn't still hoax or whatever. But it is just one of those things that can potentially cut both ways, I think. If they've got more from the group chat, great. That's gonna make this look like a strong source of evidence. If they don't have more from the group chat, I'm gonna be a little bit more on the fence about how significant it is. So I'm going to go ahead and start going through some of these while we're on break. Arla7247 became a YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate you joining the crew. Jane says, I'm done. Became a YouTube member. Great. Be done with not being a member. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Nunzio, I believe Matt M set up an excuse for Jen M for the Google search. He said when they got home, she turned some show on that he wasn't interested in, and so he went to sleep. Yeah, that's a good catch, isn't it? Giving her a kind of out for an explanation for, why she might have been looking this up at 6 or 2:27 in the morning. I think the challenge with that is going to be, one, I'm pretty sure she's denied that it happened at 2:27. She insisted it only happened later in the morning at 6:40 something. And once again, it's just some kind of glitch on her phone. So to be backpedaling from that and saying that, no, actually it did happen at 2:27, but it was this, again, just remarkable coincidence that I happened to be watching this TV show that happened to be about dying in the cold. What was she watching, Alive or something like that? True story. I saw Alive for the first time on an airplane, on a international air flight coming from, I think it was Amsterdam to Seattle. It was a long, long flight. Alive. I don't know who was in charge of it that day and what kind of sick sense of humor they had. This was way back before, you could select your own entertainment on your own screen on the back of the seat and stuff. This was, you just watch whatever they show you on the big screen. Just another of the series of remarkable coincidences. It's just a coincidence that you happened to make that Google search that you then needed to repeat the following morning when you found John dying in the cold. Just a remarkable coincidence. All of these phone calls that are apparently being made and accepted, but not really, because it's either a butt dial or it's an error in the record. Just a big coincidence how all this stuff went down. It gets harder and harder to believe that the more the coincidences add up. And, I find these situations a little bit hard because on the one hand, I do recognize, yeah, that's how conspiracy theories are built. I understand. You can go and look at certain situations, and life is just weird sometimes. There are weird things that happen. There are strange coincidences that happen. One of the things I've talked about before is how, like with every person who is wrongfully convicted, there's typically some reason to believe that they did it. It's not like they just completely pulled this out of the blue and totally fabricated. It could be you're at the wrong place at the wrong time. It could be you said something that you didn't mean, or that got misconstrued, or that you got let into. It could mean that, yeah, sometimes there is a coincidental series of events. You just happen to get picked up by the ambulance people, shortly before they responded to the scene of where the dead body was. So coincidences do happen, and I do recognize that it is being able to cherry pick that kind of stuff out. that is what allows a conspiracy theory to take hold. But I gotta say, you know, we're in a skeptical era, and the problem is just that too many conspiracies that have been discounted have turned out to be true. We've just been given reason to be doubtful of the official line that we've been given. I remember for me, a big one was, now I'm spacing on the name of the guy. Jeff is going to remember instantly in the chat. The NSA director, the former NSA director, who James Clapper, the guy who testified in Congress like the day before Edward Snowden released all of his information about the secret surveillance stuff that was going on in the government programs. When James Clapper is testifying, you know, in front of Congress, like a day or two before, oh no, there's nothing like that. There's no mass collection of data, no mass surveillance of the citizenry. For me, that's when I became a little bit more receptive to entertaining alternative theories of what's going on, because even if it sounds like a conspiracy, it sounds like a conspiracy that the government is involved in mass surveillance of you know, all of the US citizens, but as it turns out, that happened. It's probably still happening as far as we know. So it's just getting a little bit more difficult, I think, to be able to draw the line between, well, what are we going to dismiss as a conspiracy theory, and what do we need to reasonably entertain as a possible conspiracy, knowing that such things happen. So the more that these coincidences add up, the harder it is to just say things are being cherry picked in order to fit a predetermined plan. Katie Fisher. Hi, Andrea, watching from Edinburgh, Scotland. Welcome, Edinburgh. I've been to Edinburgh. I loved it. I love Scotland. I was a little kid. My grandfather was living there at the time. I want to say I was about 8 years old. And this was back, my grandfather was an attorney, had all kinds of different jobs in a very fascinating profession. But at this point in time, I'm pretty sure it was when he was working for Occidental Petroleum, which took him all over the world. They had lived in Libya. They had lived, I forget where else, but anyway, in Scotland at this point in time. So I was in first grade, and we went over, and I, of course, don't have like a full memory of the whole thing, right? I was too young. I just have sort of little bits and pieces of it. But I remember the castles. I remember my grandfather having this beautiful pond out front of his house and a little rowboat, and we would go and row out through the pond, and it was such a good time. So I have wonderful memories of Scotland. I have never been back since then, and I really, really want to. I would love to see, you know, I'd love to do the hiking through the Highlands and see some of that territory. Also the island chain, who I'm not going to try to pronounce because I don't know how, and I'll probably mangle it. But they have a whole like fjord system down there on the west side of Scotland. I personally, I love that kind of terrain. I just love seeing that kind of, I don't know, harsh sort of landscape, very rugged, challenging type of landscape. So anyway, yes, I would love to go back to Scotland someday. Thanks so much for joining us from there. David Leibold. Good morning, Andrea. Good morning, David. Welcome to day 14. Rosemary Attardo. Good morning, Andrea. Always enjoy listening to your commentary. Thank you so much. I'm glad to have you here with me. Britt Cormier. When talking to the cops, always remember, use the ADD system. Admit nothing, deny everything, demand proof. Not legal advice. Your mileage may vary. Not valid with any other coupons, LOL. My advice is just don't talk to them. Just don't talk to the police. Denying can go very badly for you. Refusing to admit stuff can go very badly for you, because they can use all that against you. If you go in for an interview and you don't invoke your right to remain silent, and they confront you with stuff that a reasonable person would deny under the circumstances if it wasn't true. They're going to be able to use that against you. It's not a situation where oh, well, if I don't answer that question, like they can't use it against me because I'm exercising my right to silence. Once you start that interview, you have to unequivocally invoke. And there is case law saying actually just sitting there silent is not invoking your right to silence. You have to say specifically, I'm invoking my right to silence. I'm invoking my right to be with an attorney. I'm pleading the fifth. I mean, whatever, but something very clearly and unequivocally, I am exercising my rights right now. So really anything else that you do has pitfalls. That's why my advice is going to be just don't talk to him at all. Jimmy Barton became a YouTube member. Welcome, Jimmy. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. Brandy Rose, I'm sorry, what? Thank you so much for your coverage. Your perspective is so enlightening and appreciated. Well, thank you. I really appreciate the kind words and the feedback. You know, I have to say, when I started watching Depp versus Heard and kind of running my mouth about the case online, I really did not expect that I was going to find so many people interested in what I have to say, because from my perspective, I'm just a person with an opinion. I just have a certain experience that has colored my perspective when it comes to watching legal cases and kind of interpreting what's going on and stuff. So I'm just very glad that you guys find that valuable. I really appreciate that. False Light 24. Andrea, is intentionality part of the charges? Like, does Lally have to prove she intentionally killed him? Well, that's how he charged it in the indictment. It is charged in the indictment as intentional murder. And in fact, I can probably even pull that up if I can find it here real quick. No, I don't have oh, yes, I do, right here. And I'll go ahead and share it with you guys. Oops. Let's see. Got to share it over here. So this is the indictment right here. And so what they have specifically charged her with is on or about January 29th, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, Karen Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of the code section. So yeah, intent to murder, specifically, that's how they have charged it. It's a specific intent crime when you're dealing with murder, not just I did some act that happened to result in his death. Intent to murder, intent to kill him. That's what they have assumed the burden to prove. I still have it on my list, basically, to go through and look at the lesser included instructions and how they work with a murder charge, because if they have not alleged like some other type of murder, it's very limited what they're going to be able to ask for as a lesser included instruction. So this is just the framework that they have kind of set up. This is the game, the rules of the road that they've established with how they decided to proceed. And so by getting that indictment for intentional murder, yeah, they've taken on a pretty big burden with what they expect to prove. Why isn't what Karen said hearsay? So an exception to the hearsay rule is admissions of a party opponent. And what that means is that in a criminal case, pretty much always anything inculpatory that a defendant says, it's going to be treated as an admission of a party opponent, so it doesn't get excluded as hearsay. Now, some states are kind of narrow with that. They will say, well, it doesn't mean anything the defendant said. It just means things that they said that are admissions, that are against their interests, that, you know, tend to make them look guilty, something like that. Other states take it much broader and say, well, pretty much this just means anything that the defendant says can come in. For practical purposes, It looks like Massachusetts is a little bit more on this, broader rule for the defendant's statements. But so that's why it's an exception. It's another one of those asymmetries that you have in the criminal trial, because none of the witnesses are the opposing party in the case. The Commonwealth is the opposing party. They don't represent anybody in particular. They represent the people. So she doesn't get the same leeway with, the other side, so to speak, the witnesses that are testifying against her. She doesn't get to treat them as party opponents and introduce whatever statements that they said that she wants to. She has to establish an exception to the hearsay rule for that. The Chungi Show live. Juries are unpredictable. Can't shake the feeling there's something they will hang their hat on to say the only answer is she hit him. Maybe they finally submit info on the car's onboard computer. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm still just very patiently waiting to see what evidence at all we have that this is caused by a car accident at all. I agree completely with juries are unpredictable. I can't tell you how many times juries have reached a verdict, and whether it's a verdict I agree with or a verdict I don't agree with, when you get the chance to talk to the jury after the fact about what was going on in the deliberation room, what led them to decide the way they did, which you are allowed to talk to them about, by the way, if they're volunteering that. You just can't compel them. You can't call them into court and compel them to reveal stuff about deliberations if they're not telling you voluntarily. So lots of times jurors will stick around after the fact and give you feedback about the case and what they thought worked and what they thought didn't. And I just can't tell you how many times something like absolutely critical for the jury in that deliberation. It's not only something that I did not anticipate, it's something I still to this day can't really figure out. How was this the thing that mattered so much? Juries definitely being regular, everyday, normal people don't think like lawyers do. That's probably a blessing for all of them. So it can be hard for the lawyers to connect with that and to anticipate what is going to really land with the jury and what really isn't. Yeah, I think there is a risk that they could be thinking, well, if we're not proving specifically that Colin Albert did it, that Brian Higgins did it, that Brian Albert did it, whoever did it, then that really, by process of elimination, that leads us to Karen Reed. It must be her that did it. And that is definitely one of the risks that the defense has taken with pursuing a third-party culprit defense. The defense doesn't have any burden of proof, but it can just kind of make it look a lot like that. If you're setting up an alternative, it can give the impression to the jury that they got to decide your way or the Commonwealth's way. It's going to be one or the other. And so who has made the better case for who did what? And at this point in time, even with the, tiny little bit of evidence that I feel we've gotten from the Commonwealth, it's still more direct evidence than we have of anybody else committing this crime, right? Karen Reed said, I hit him, according to some witnesses. Karen Reed said, I hit him, and she might have cracked her taillight. We have a photo of a taillight at 5 in the morning or whatever that might be cracked. Hard to see. It's 5 a.m. But she might have had a cracked taillight. And now we have Matt McCabe telling us that came up on the phone in the conversation with Jen. So, the jury can believe all this stuff. You in the chat, you may believe it, you may not believe it. That's one of those things you can't necessarily predict. Sometimes it can be easier to tell than others when juries are going to have a hard time believing somebody. I really think a jury is going to have a hard time believing that Colin Albert scraped his knuckles on the concrete trying to break a fall. Court's back on. All right, let's go ahead and watch it. I don't have it yet, but I guess I'm not live. So we should be getting here soon. Okay.
Court back in session, please be seated.
All right, can we bring Mr. McCabe back in, please?
Witness, please.
So I think we are having a voir dire is where we left off, but they decided to take the morning break first.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Pretty sure the jury's still
I'd
out,
just like
right?
you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
I'm not sure where we're at, if the jury's here or not. I'm going to just say we're in cross because I'm not sure.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach it?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an
It's got
accurate
real wide.
transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, the only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Why don't I see counsel?
Yeah, if he's moving to admit the jury's in, so I guess they did not do a voir dire. They just had a sidebar and went to break. I mean, the reality is sometimes your evidence is poor quality, Judge. That's how it is. I mean, I bet we're going to see some pretty bad surveillance video at some point in time, some low quality, low light, nighttime video where you can't spot details and you do what you can with it. That goes to the weight of the evidence, not to its admissibility. I feel like Judge Bev is starting to comment on the evidence a little bit more than is appropriate for a judge. You are not, as a judge, supposed to be tipping your finger on the scale in terms of like telling them what matters, what doesn't, what's important, what isn't. I'm trying to flip back through my notes to find where she made a comment. I think it was just in the middle of when Yannetti was doing that initial cross-examination about the right side of the house, the center of the house, etc., where she is like, one last question, and she sounds really really annoyed with that. This is signaling to the judge that what he's doing here is not important. This is a waste of time. I don't like what's happening. And it's really not appropriate to do that. Now, in and of itself, is that You know, did she just commit reversible error that's going to win Karen Reed a retrial if she gets convicted? No, of course not. But it is just starting to set a pattern that if she keeps that kind of thing up, it's going to help the defense be able to argue that she was not acting in a fair and unbiased way, that she was guiding the jury a little too much about how they should consider the evidence of the case. And that very much would be a problem. So hopefully she doesn't develop too bad of a habit with any of that. And here, oh, you can't, I don't want them to have to see, like, you can't even see it. I mean, are they not going to be allowed to have a, a flashlight in the jury room if somebody needs one? I mean, why not? I don't know. This should be as long as like looking at the text, looking at the exhibit herself and saying, like, is it comprehensible? Is the jury going to have to be like reading into what they're seeing here if it's that unclear? Like, you know, where you can't necessarily see the whole thing, so you kind of guess how the sentence gets completed. I could see something like that being a problem, but it shouldn't take that long to figure it out. So is it going to get admitted or not?
So, Mr. Bates, if
Yes,
you would
it
display the
is.
first page, 21.
Yeah, this looks pretty normal. It doesn't look that hard to read. And this is definitely from an extraction
I don't know why
report.
it's from blue. This is, can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I have
you're
that? Thank
displaying
you.
them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, this
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
that's
look
much
that
better.
hard to see.
Yes.
Maybe he does need glasses.
With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon? of
Uncle
February
Brian
1st?
A., Coco, and Jennifer McCabe. His own wife
yes.
is in there
Do you want me?
as Jennifer McCabe,
Oh,
and everybody else
Troop is
has a
back out
nickname.
front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least, looks like it.
Oh, and, Mr. Bates, if you go down
Looks like more has been dug
right,
up.
to see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Senior.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was,
Right now.
and that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
Or
You took
this
that
is
to
from
be
somebody
a
else's
question,
phone.
correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
Uncle Brian A. and Coco.
Move to the next,
Is this maybe from Allie's phone?
yes, 2151, please. Ed Walking, sir.
Is this from Colin's phone?
Yes, sir, please. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
The chat
I
is saying it's
responded,
from Jennifer
yes.
McCabe's
And
phone.
that was at 1:34 p.m.
I definitely believe it could be
Yes.
from her
You
phone.
would have still been on scene at
There's some
that time?
strange naming convention
I'm not sure if I was still on scene,
with how
but I
she's
was
got her
obviously,
contacts in there.
if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange,
Yes, you're right. Jennifer McCabe, owner. It is her
and who
phone.
responded to you?
So she is the
Brian
one
Albert again?
And his response was?
who has
Okay.
Uncle Brian
Do
A.
you
in
have a
her
memory
phone.
as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now,
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
And your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car.
I
so
had to
drove
pick up
through.
a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked
Oh,
about.
I know, we're getting to the next.
Well, but that seems pretty fair to him, Judge, doesn't it? That's consistent with what he was saying. I'm not surveilling them. I just happen to be going through the
So
neighborhood.
take this one down, please.
I mean, 7 moment, I'm sorry. Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 PM and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm gonna skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
PK.
Yes, Brian Albert.
Okay.
And that's 1:35 and 30.
Ms. Giannetti, let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself.
What-
If it
what-
doesn't, then the witness.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35:32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 2153, please, to top. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure, and his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one, you tested.
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over 2 more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the 4 of you, your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Juris.
So they are definitely fighting hearsay objections here. He hasn't said anything that is specifically inconsistent with these texts that would allow him to bring it in as a prior inconsistent statement or to refresh his recollection with something that he doesn't remember. So really all Mr. Yannetti needs to do here is to just ask him, were you paying attention to him, Michael Proctor questioning Kerry Roberts? You know, isn't it true that you were keeping track of those types of communications? If he says no, then you're like, well, but you said in this text that you were talking about that you were talking about that questioning, that interview. So it's just sort of the formality, the ways that these things have to be done to be able to properly impeach a witness. It gets technical, but it doesn't mean he isn't going to be able to go there. He just needs to set it up so that this witness either acknowledges and adopts what's in that text message, or contradicts it, or can't remember what's in it. So you just do that by asking him for his independent recollection of what those texts are talking about. But of course, none of this is, very helpful when the judge is not requiring anybody to say the basis or giving any clue as to what she is sustaining or what she's not sustaining. It's part of why we are having all of these sidebars, because they have to ask for clarification. If they don't get it, if they don't understand what the problem is, they don't understand what her ruling is, then they need clarification. And so then we pause and have to have all of this time at the bench. These sidebars will become part of the final trial transcript. So these are part of the record. They should be being transcribed by the court reporter up there at the bench, just like she's taking down all of the testimony in open court. So we're just not hearing them as they happen. But yeah, they typically are preserved for the record. So if, for example, if Karen Reed were convicted and she appeals, they're going to prepare a transcript of the whole trial as part of that. And those sidebars will be part of that transcript. That's how we got those sidebars in Dupp versus Heard quite a bit after the fact, well after the trial had happened. We were able to go back and see what some of those conversations were that were going on behind the scenes, that while we're watching it in real time, boy, wanted to be a fly on the wall for some of those. And we did get the chance ultimately to see what was happening kind of behind the scenes. Yeah, good point. I can speed this up. See where we're at. Well, I'm not going to do that, I guess. That was a bad call. Let's just go to the replay speed. And now I'm buffering and buffering. Shouldn't have done that. Is this helping at all? Yes, now play it at 1.5 speed. Now I'm going to have to remember to slow it back down as soon as they come back sounding all chipmunk-like. I'll catch it and get us back on normal speed. When can jurors ask questions? I don't know if jurors are allowed to ask questions in Massachusetts. In most states, jurors are not allowed to ask questions. Only the lawyers are allowed. But in some states, they do allow jurors to ask. But it's something that they recommend courts handle with a lot of caution, because the problem is jurors don't know the rules of evidence. And so jurors can often ask that aren't appropriate, and they might draw improper inferences from why they're not getting an answer. All right, we'll go back to normal here.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
So we got more text. Okay, this is
Thank you.
helping my concern about this group chat. It isn't just one thing we cherry picked out here. There's a bunch of stuff that we need to be talking about. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Lets us know in Massachusetts by agreement prior to trial, attorneys can allow juror questions only if approved in a sidebar. So yeah, we had a similar process. It is theoretically allowed in Washington, but it almost never happens. Courts almost never let you do it. But I have had a couple trials where a judge did let that happen, and that's pretty much the process that we followed. They would submit a written question. We'd talk about it in sidebar and decide whether that was a question that could be answered or not. So the fact that none of these witnesses are getting questions from the jury is a pretty good indicator that they're not doing that here. Hey. Hey, no licking. Sorry, guys. Sure is having a hard time reading this stuff. Mouthing it out loud.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
marching up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification.
Sounds like she's saying he's got to submit better printouts for the final
And the
exhibit.
substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood.
Now he's got his
So, Mr.
arm
Bates, with regard
casually
to
up on the
page
side there again.
2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy
Twice
for me
now
to
where he's
follow
done
along?
this, where
No?
he's just leaning casually now on his arm when he's
Jim,
in an
was it,
uncomfortable
Mr. Yannetti, was
position.
this in the,
Looking
what was
like
marked
he's
for, you're
whistling.
using that? All right,
I believe we have extra copies, sir. Thank you.
all right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
Well, I just thought that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed? Please?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the
Yes,
second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds. You replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
Ooh.
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Ooh.
Now,
Not very
with
helpful.
regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you
That's on them.
one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
Oh, he's getting uncomfortable
Okay.
around the collar.
You just
Getting
look up at me
all
when you're done.
warm and scratchy.
Yeah. Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And that she
And you were telling
wasn't
him
saying
things that
things
she
you
was
meant to
saying,
get her
correct?
to say.
Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st, 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
Making those comments.
You know what, Ms. Giannetti, why don't you?
This is that's for the court, Your Honor. And for the
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
yes, well,
Which one is this?
second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble on page 02148.
No. The second bubble on 02148.
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Getting real into the nitty gritty with these details. Well, I will say that certainly from a technical standpoint, to be sure that you can get in Brian Albert's statement in these group texts, would have been good to ask Brian Albert about them. He's the one that is either going to be able to confirm them or deny them or not remember them or whatever. That's then your hook to get them in. With respect to this guy, it's hearsay unless it is offered for a non-hearsay purpose and it is not more prejudicial, substantially more prejudicial than probative to let it in for that purpose. So, maybe this is a thing they call Brian Albert back for. I don't know. I guess they potentially can if they really want this text message in. But I suspect that we've already been talking about the cop talk that is coming out of this IT professional. He's acknowledged he's talked about this case with Brian Albert. We are now seeing them in group chat talking about the case. So it's not unreasonable for these guys to worry that perhaps the witnesses are talking about the case during the trial, even though they're not supposed to, because realistically, how are you going to catch them? So if you reveal to Brian Albert days ago that you have these text messages, it takes away that ability potentially to be able to surprise Mr. McCabe with them when they come up during his testimony. But this is the risk we have. They might have to not get to use this other bubble right now, or they're going to have to call Brian Albert back to be able to get it in, and then that takes things way out of order. It's going to be weeks down the road when the jury is revisiting that and going to have to remember where we're at this point. Thanks, you guys, for reminding me to speed it up so we can get back to live while they're in these sidebars. Not necessarily the best at remembering all that stuff. But she is starting to get a little snippy and a little annoyed, isn't she? It's hard to tell if she is annoyed because she thinks, Mr. Yannetti, you're just a dumbass who can't figure out how to get evidence in properly. Is this the first jury trial you've ever been in? Or something like that. Angry at him for not being able to read her mind about what the problem is with the text being excluded. I mean, she didn't say, the objection wasn't stated. He's entitled to get into that. If it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Yes, please.
Have the jury back, please.
Okay.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Well, she just signposted Jen McCabe is coming next, right? Because she's the last one in these group exchanges that hasn't testified yet.
Court, all rise for the jury.
I didn't realize the jury was out. Okay, that's what we're doing. So has the jury been out this whole time? I guess so. I'm very confused. So that was a voir dire.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Janetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me
No,
That-
okay.
on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes,
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
that would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house,
Mm.
that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No,
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Mm.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
They would
And
already
Brian
know to say
Albert-
that,
Was the one to respond, wasn't he?
if that's the
Let me
truth.
switch pages here.
Oh, now that smile is starting to
He
look a little like
responded,
some
did he not?
Duper's delight, isn't it?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger
So
brother,
casual.
Chris,
I'm not bothered
say
at
that
all. I'm completely
John
unbothered.
O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Now he's got his chin tucked.
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
We're done here.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
We're done here. Well, that's a strong close. Oof.
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring.
Are we sure now
probably
Chris
where it
wasn't
didn't
there?
lie. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic
Vaguely
occurrence as
remember
far as what
Chris and
happened to
Julie
John
were
O'Keefe's
there
death,
until they
where,
decided
why,
they
how,
weren't.
That was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? It was- No one knew what happened. John never showed it, never came in the house. So we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now,
That
did you
guy.
ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no,
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Nobody even cares
Now,
about this
during the time
anymore,
that you were
Wally.
looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was
It was after.
Oh, so now it was the pickup truck that did a
in? Now, you were
3-point
asking
turn
questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman. and
after the
Cedar Crest,
pickup
correct?
that you never saw
Yes, that's
left?
correct.
When did,
And
how
so
did you
someone
know
had
when it
driven by
left?
the house, missed the house, and then went on to Cedar Crest, turned around. Presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asking questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the
We
vehicle.
already established
Did you
this,
see anything
Lally.
about the windows as far as?
Not rehabilitating
anything
him.
Like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, do you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you
Don't
recall
remember.
what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around around the scene.
So
And
like
by
it
the
looked
scene,
in
you
all
mean
these
around where the
photos
flagpole fire
that the state
hydrant
had,
was?
that the
Correct,
Commonwealth
yes.
has.
Did you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife is talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, divorced.
Why does this
At
matter?
some point, Mr.
Below
O'Keefe had a
diversion.
relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling
But
anyone
you
to
did
tell
that in
anybody
the
anything.
text that
So
we
with
just
regard
read.
to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house. Who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
Yeah, great. You just sure seem casual and
The
unbothered,
them
don't
was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed this. I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No.
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection, Your Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay, so your answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents. Yes.
Okay.
Might have been a little misstep there by Yannetti.
Your
Giving him
next
a
witness,
little
please,
chance.
Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Here we go.
Jimmy.
Here we go. Yeah, might have been a little misstep there, Yannetti, wanting to get that dig in a little bit more, but it gave him a chance to think of an alternative explanation.
Give the court during the case now, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
But yeah, it does seem like you would have said that initially when you were getting called out. But I was talking about Channel 4.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th.
Let's hear all about the
Do you
basketball.
recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter Allie, is that correct?
Yes,
She's your oldest?
yes,
The daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
yes,
And with regard to her, she was on the varsity team, is that right?
yes,
For Canton High School?
yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade, and then I was also a coach for my daughter Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I
We're
coached
gonna
from
move on
1st grade
for
on
this.
up until 8th grade.
Now,
We're gonna get the whole resume.
as far as the high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball match?
Yeah, move on. We know the time. Move on.
After the basketball
Thank
game?
you.
what did you do?
Yes, they're doing
My
it.
husband and I
Did I call
dropped
this or not?
my
You're gonna
youngest daughter
start
home,
objecting
and
now.
then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole,
How many sisters do you?
3.
And
What are their names?
do you recall about what time it was that you got to the water?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
So bigger type vehicles? That-
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the
Well,
waterfall,
why
did
would
go
you
right in,
know?
or what, if anything, did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband man go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in and I believe we sat at the third table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that time?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go to sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John, we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John O'Keefe?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, you know, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing
Oh,
guy.
look right at the jury. You didn't practice that at all.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just has a record of reflect identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed? Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. You know, there were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what's what month it is and what team we're with.
Looking over at the jury, it's just not good. I don't know why they are
And
trying to
how
do
would
that.
you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with him?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Yeah, guys, I'm not as sensitive to the lip smacking as I know a lot of people are. Jeff can't stand it. This is the first time it's really bothered me. It's just so loud and kind of wet sounding and just happening all the time. I'm getting a little hair on the back of my neck standing up each time it happens. Sorry for those maybe superficial types of reactions, but I can't help it. It's really annoying. If it's bothering me, is it bothering the jury? The looking over at the jury while you're answering the question, this is not a good thing for lay witnesses to do. Cops do this all the time. Experts do this all the time. They've sort of trained them to listen to the question, turn to the jury to give your answer. But with a lay person, to me, it looks too prepared. You're not supposed to be an experienced court witness. It's always a little bit superficial, artificial anyway, because your normal place to look in the eyes is the person who's asking you the question. It's a conversation with them. You don't answer somebody who's not even involved in the conversation.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar. Mm-hmm.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so it was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came? Oh,
she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew,
Ice,
at some point, did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they?
CF McCarthy's.
Where is that in location to the waterfall?
Just right up the street.
Now, over the Course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass with clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you this first, I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes,
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they ever fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
She wanted more time with John, so she killed him with her car.
Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall first?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not, no.
You know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Senior, just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they would come?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes,
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, you know, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me, and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Had it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, you know, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just clip on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on, and then I saw him walking, and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband, or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with
Didn't sort that out
to
in their
that, did you
conversations?
respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been, because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address, and then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regards to your sister's husband, Ryan, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years, and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get on Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom.
Mhm.
Any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lived at 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
No, the hill
Is
goes
that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe the
sideways.
hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you
Isn't
had
that
with
the
Mr.
only
O'Keefe, could you hear
time it takes to get
anything?
to
You
34
had it on
Fairview?
Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general, like where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as this second call,
Mhm.
you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
Bella's house.
Our my daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella's Street, and that's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Now, at this time, what if any relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
No, I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
So pointless.
Was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? And that second phone
Relevance.
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the
Oh, another
driveway
one in the driveway.
at the house of Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in, there was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, you observe?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And
Always
Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want. So anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And so when you come into the house, where were mentioned a table? Where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening.
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, or is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically, about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
12:10.
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood, demeanor inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to the basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie. And she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good, yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, correct?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection.
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, were you?
Excuse me?
So when Ms. Nagel went outside, what were you?
I was sitting at the table and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, was?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door, see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, did you tell anything else about it as far as the make, the model, or did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
What kind of vehicles?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
Relevance.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Relevant.
Yes, he had this old-fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
Was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes,
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
no,
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Wouldn't you be watching the whole
Sustain.
time to see what's going to be
far as,
happening? If they're going to be coming
That
in, you
vehicle,
can
when you
wave at
first saw it, could
them.
you tell whether or
Hey,
not
this
it was,
way. Good to see
running
you.
or anything like that?
it was running. Yes, I could, I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going to
the
actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, did you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No,
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration, was it tint or anything like that that you saw?
didn't observe, no.
Now, you see the vehicle go straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. Oakley, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
Do you think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes,
Oh, what, we going to bolster her now?
show Mr. Jackson, okay.
Yeah, going to put in those texts with John.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a 3-page document, just asking you to look at it.
Okay.
You're standing at the door waiting for them to arrive, texting with them to make sure that they get there. You better tell them
Just
you
generally
watched the
speaking, that
car the
3-page
entire
document, do you
time
recognize the
until it went
contents of that?
away.
I do.
What do you
That's what
recognize?
I'd expect you to
It's
do.
my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you now?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
Guess we don't need a flashlight to read these ones. Yeah, I'm just telling you, my friends are coming to a place that I've invited them to that they've never been before. They never really met those people, didn't know them very well. I see them pull up. I'm waiting at the door until they come in. And if I see them drive away, great, I've seen the entire thing. Then there's no question about what happened, where did they go? I might ask them then, why didn't you come in? Everything okay? You sure? It's fine. People are cool. Nobody minds at all. Come right back. You had the right place. I don't know, just me. I am interested in this explanation for how she did not keep her eyes on the SUV the whole time it was there, if she's waiting for them to get out of the car and come inside. So having a whole conference with the screenshots here. Don't know exactly what the basis is. And whatever it is, they're having to have quite a long chat about it. Well, I do wonder if these texts are going to be from the extraction report from Jen McCabe's phone that now we know exists and is there. That would seem to me to be the best source of evidence for something like this. So if it's not that, wonder why not. I mean, with Colin and Allie, it makes sense. If they're not getting their phones extracted by the feds because they personally are not suspects or, direct targets in a cover up or whatever, then okay, it makes some sense to me that you're just going to have screenshots for them. But we already know they have the extraction from Jen McCabe's phone. So you better be offering that. Well, I suspect with this sidebar, they're just going to end up doing the lunch break. They're going to deal with whatever the legal issue is, and then maybe they'll come back early. Maybe they'll come back. Maybe they'll come back, or maybe they'll address it before they go to lunch if there's anything they're doing on the record.
Actually, great timing. So
Great
we'll have you back
timing.
here at 2:00. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk out first. And then.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Yeah, we are getting used to this, huh? The break right after the sidebar. You could break and let the jury go and then chat, but that just hasn't been our pattern and practice yet.
Okay, so we're still in session?
All right, we're chatting.
Just so the court has it, I have an extra copy of the court.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes.
This is the extraction.
All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
No?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version.
Exact same thing.
Therefore,
Just with,
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
yes.
All
Yes.
right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2:00.
Thank you very much.
So it looks like, but I'm not entirely sure here, they are going to go ahead and let the text messages in, but they're going to use the extraction version and not whatever it is that Mr. Lally was going to offer. And so they're going to do some redactions. They didn't do that earlier. We had the phone numbers up on the screen. Sorry, guys. I just show you what the court shows us. If it's up on the screen, we get what we get. But it looks like she's going to be a little bit more cautious about that now. Well, I don't like this lunch break because she's going to have a time. She's going to have a chance to meet up with her husband and perhaps coordinate on that Channel 4 explanation for what that whole group text was about. I gotta say, if he made that up on the fly, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good one to be able to come up with, just like that. It did not seem particularly believable to me, just because I would have thought he would volunteer that when he's first being asked about him. It wouldn't take getting through a redirect and getting into another cross-examination and being specifically asked who's them to volunteer. Oh, well, them is Channel 4. You would have said that initially, because he's clearly implying that you're talking about telling other people. That was the whole course of the questioning, is telling other people what to say. And I feel like he would have responded, well, I wasn't telling them what to tell police, I was telling them what to tell Channel 4. But why would they need to be told that anyway? I'm not sure. Not sure what exactly, if his story is correct, Channel 4 shows up at D&E. Why would they show up at D&E just because an Albert's there? We don't have any reason to think that Chris and Julie were there at this point in time. Not that we've heard from the evidence. So it seems like a weird place for Channel 4 to show up for some kind of official statement. It seems like they would be like, when can you come down and talk to Channel 4? Why is Chris now going to be the spokesperson to talk to Channel 4? I don't know. It's a good explanation, though. I got to give it to him. I got to give it to him. If he came up with that on the fly, that was pretty clever. So we're on the lunch break. I'm going to go ahead and get through a couple of the chats before I'm going to do what I have been doing, guys, which is bust out for a little bit, check on my dogs, check on the animals, check on the trees. We've got way too many living things around here that I'm responsible for. By the way, we got more chicks. So now not only have my adult chickens in one place, I got the little babies in another. And yeah, I'm a little bit of a glutton for punishment for that stuff. But anyway, I will break briefly, check on that, get myself something real quick to eat so we don't, lose our blood sugar over here. And then I'll get back on the stream. But let me go ahead and see where we left off. Okay, we left off Forensic Furor. Can she limit the defense questions? This was coming up because she's cutting off David Yannetti. Time to move on. Made that kind of snide comment about, you get one more question. Yeah, she can limit their questions. The judge has a lot of discretion about the manner and order and stuff dealing with the presentation of evidence in the court. So she can decide, this is repetitive, this is cumulative, this is, it loses relevance after you've heard it for, multiple times or whatever. It is a little bit bad form, I think, when you're really only doing that to one side and not so much to the other. So it creates an opportunity for that contrast for people to see. You're not maybe treating these people with the same kind of standard on this stuff. But unless she is entirely cutting off a line of inquiry that is, admissible and pretty critical to the defense theory, then it's not going to be the type of thing that's really appealable or that's an error. It's just within her discretion as the trial judge. They get a lot of leeway to make those kinds of calls. So yeah, really, she can limit the defense questions a lot that way. Translucent, did she confess, yes or no? Well, I don't know. We're still waiting to hear that, aren't we? We know that some people have said, she said, I hit him at the scene. And so I've talked about how people under stress can, you can think weird things, you can believe weird things. If somebody had suggested to her during this drive around in the morning, hey, Karen, maybe you did it. It must have been you, Karen, something like that. Could certainly see a situation where she would seize on that. But did she confess to police? I don't know. We're still waiting to hear that. We did hear, I remember in the pretrial hearing, at least part of the interview that she had with police. I don't think we heard the whole thing. I remember her talking about this is a game. And I forget exactly what the nature of the dispute about whether her statement was going to come in or not. I forget exactly what the nature of the dispute was, but I do expect we're probably going to get to hear that. It's not a thing that, she has to be on the stand in order for that to be admissible to impeach her, because as we've been saying, it's a statement of a party opponent. When she's the defendant, it pretty much comes in whether she testifies or not. Susan, Bluetooth significance, I think maybe about Allie's Bluetooth Wi-Fi excuse for 360. Maybe. I mean, maybe, I don't know if Allie is going to say what, that Jen's phone connected to Allie's car or something, or so that Jen or Allie's phone was connected to Jen's car. I mean, not from miles away, not in Bluetooth range. That's not going to work as an excuse. I have the feeling there is something from the vehicle record, or maybe the phone record, that it is just the question is gonna come down to, well, whose phone was the one that was connected to produce this data. And so that's the dispute that they're kind of previewing for us. But exactly what the details are, I don't know. Jane says, I'm done. The witnesses get emotional about their own hell they have experienced, which I'm sure has been invasive, but it feels really tone deaf in front of O'Keefe and Reed families. Yeah, I mean, I can see this. It does come off as potentially a little self-centered. It wouldn't be so bad if we didn't have these witnesses also acting so kind of cavalier about what happened. And by far the worst of those in my mind so far has been Julie Nagel. When asked about the following morning, you didn't mention seeing this blob to anybody, even when, Brian Albert had called you to tell you what was going on. And her answer is nope. That just comes off as extremely callous and uncaring. Now we hear this text from Matt McCabe. Tell him the guy never came inside. The guy, now he's the guy. It's very difficult to reconcile this wearing the skin suit of the victim, right? The justice for JJ Pins and so forth. This is somebody that they cared about, somebody they were close to, but you're referring to him in the group chat within days of his death as the guy. Yeah, I do. I mean, I would love to know how the O'Keefe and the Reed families are taking all this in, where they think we're at, what they think of what we've seen so far. Because yeah, this ultimately should be all about them. It shouldn't be about all of these distractions. And I keep coming back to kind of the bottom line is, if the law enforcement had done a proper investigation, a good investigation, a clean investigation in the first place, you just wouldn't have left so much leeway for this type of theory to be advanced. Because if you had separated everybody at the scene, talked to everybody separately at the scene, recorded their interviews, gotten those stories down before all of these group chats and so forth, then you would have closed the door. If their stories more or less all line up, they all told you he didn't come in, he didn't come in the house, then much harder to look at that group chat after the fact and suggest that it looks like only now are you coordinating your stories. You would have taken that off the table from the outset had you done it correctly. So I do wonder how that type of thing is sitting with the families. Translucent, should Jeff acknowledge my Google search concern? I don't know what that means. I don't know what the Google search concern is. I'm assuming this is talking about the Hoss Long to die in cold. I think we're going to hear more about Hoslong to die in cold. So, Greg, you nailed it, Andrea. Well, thank you. I'm not sure what I nailed, but I'm glad to hear that I nailed it. Brian Allman. Of course, there should be more, but they never got any Celebrite extraction, so how would ever know? Well, if they did get the extraction from Jen McCabe's cell phone, there should at least be all of the group chats that, you know, she still had available. They should have a record of stuff that she deleted. One of the things that I'm going to be interested to see from this cross-examination is that I understand part of Jen McCabe's explanation for why were you deleting all of these phone calls and these text messages and things like that that seem to be happening at inopportune times if you weren't, you know, trying to coordinate stories and stuff after the fact, because you didn't volunteer that all of these conversations were happening at the time. Her explanation is just, well, this is what I did. I always go back and delete stuff. It's just part of my normal practice. Well, if they have a cell phone extraction, we're going to be able to see if stuff like that was routine or if that is something that she really just kind of started doing for these specific texts and searches and stuff like that. So if they have the entire group chat from Jen McCabe's phone, or at least a good time range of that group chat from Jen McCabe's phone, then yeah, it should be available. If there's more there, they should be able to bring it out. It wasn't exactly, you know, the smoking gun that I might have wanted it to be. Like, great, yeah, spelled out in detail who's being told to say what, when, to whom, et cetera, et cetera. But we already said, you don't expect them to be having that conversation over text anyway. This is the guy, this IT guy is, you know, seems to be the Dumbo that's saying a little bit more than you probably should put in writing. But yeah, the cops are there, take a photo. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. Sandra D is a YouTube member. Thank you for joining us, Sandra. And Sandra has also gifted 2 memberships. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome. And we look forward to having you here. Everage, just want to say I love your channel and your insights. Thank you so much. I appreciate hearing that. You get, I've said before, sometimes as a defense lawyer, you can get a little jaded. You see a lot, you spend a lot of time in the trenches. And, you know, sometimes you kind of start to wonder, like, is this really how I'm spending my life here? Is this really a valuable thing I'm doing? And if nothing else, it's good to know that the information I've picked up and kind of the schooling, the on-the-job type of training I've gotten along the way is something that other people find helpful. So I really appreciate your comment. Thank you so much. Nunzio, you and lawyer you know are the best. Well, thank you. You know, somebody asked me once off the record, this was not a public conversation, but they asked me, of everybody on YouTube, who is the lawyer you would least like to see at opposing counsel table? If you walk in the courtroom, there's your adversary, there's your lawyer. And my answer was Pete Tragos. I would not want to see him at opposing counsel table. He's skilled. He knows what he's talking about. He's been there. He's comfortable. He's good at explaining things. He would be very difficult to, you know, if I don't have a rock solid case and I'm going to have to, you know, hope the jury can see things my way. If Pete's on the other side, I'm going to have a lot less confidence in my ability to pull that off. So I agree with you. Pete is awesome. Definitely check him out. He's been doing a lot of recaps of this trial and stuff as well. He's been covering Koberger. So glad to hear you put me in that kind of camp. Fighting Usyk. Is this Usyk? As in Alexander Usyk? I don't know. Trial ends now. Do you have enough reasonable doubt? I mean, I'm willing to give the Commonwealth to the close of their case. They haven't proved anything to me yet. Yes, right now, if the trial ends right now, absolutely, because they haven't proven that John died in a car accident. And to me, that has really always been the big key to this case is you need to show me the mechanism of how he died. You need to show me that his injuries are consistent with a vehicle accident and that they're consistent with, you know, a reasonable mechanism of a motor vehicle accident happening, right? Because normally somebody gets backed into you, it's going to hit you, you know, somewhere in your torso, maybe your hip, something like that. That's where you expect the injuries to be. That's not where it seems that his injuries are. So we're going to have to find out more when the medical examiner and stuff is on. But yeah, right now I definitely have reasonable doubt, certainly on the murder charge. I haven't seen any indication whatsoever that there was an intentional killing here. I mean, frankly, regardless of who did it at this point, I don't see any indication that anybody intended to kill him. It just looks like either, you know, accident if it was Karen, something that got a little out of hand when if it was somebody else, if it was somebody at the Albert's house, you know, maybe a little cheap shot, you know, going by or something like that, and you just caught him wrong and he knocked his head and you panicked. I mean, I don't think there's anybody intended to kill John in this scenario. Definitely have a lot of reasonable doubt for that. Alyssa Ramirez, should Reed take the stand? She's the only witness to John getting out of the car. $1 million question here. The challenge with Karen Reed taking the stand is that she's done some interviews, and I don't believe the entire interview has been made public yet. I don't think the whole thing has aired. There's just been little clips of it circulating around that I've been able to see. Don't know if the Commonwealth has access to all of that, because all of those things are potential inconsistent statements she can be asked about. And so if she says anything in that interview that, you know, maybe isn't helpful to what she's saying on the stand, or that she needs to be able to explain, that can be a challenge. You know, we're seeing it with these witnesses. The more times you tell your story, the more opportunities it is for there to be differences between your versions. Even if it's just I'm fleshing this out more, or you're focusing on this one thing, so I'm elaborating more on that. Those under the right light can be cast as contradictions or as inconsistencies, or now you changed your story because you got new information or something like that. So that, I think, is probably the biggest risk to her. Of course, we don't know what they have in the background that they might have to impeach her with. I don't know if they have her phone. I assume they have her phone. That would be pretty routine for a murder investigation, that you would you know, be looking for, if nothing else, just what were you doing around the time? Did you say anything incriminating around the time of this incident? So we don't know what they have. I don't know what they have on anything like that could be a problem. But that said, I think you're right. There are some major upsides to her testifying, not just because she's the only witness to a lot of this stuff. She's the only one there who can tell it from her perspective, right? Why do you remember saying I hit him? Is that accurate? What was going on with you? Why did you say that? Why were you so panicked? Just to be able to answer some of these questions that the jury might, I think, reasonably have. My question that I really want to know is, did anybody suggest to you that you could have done it, that you were the person that hit and killed John O'Keefe? That to me seems like a pretty important question. So we're not going to get that if she doesn't testify. Everything else being equal, if my client doesn't have major impeachment evidence that's going to come in other words, like you're getting into like potentially ethically gray areas. If my client's going to get on the stand and testify and they've said something else under some other circumstance, I know they're going to get smacked with that. Or a situation where like my client has such bad criminal history that they're going to look awful. It's going to come out. The jury is going to think this person is terrible. Everything else being equal, if I don't have those situations, yeah, I really want my client to testify. And you'll see opinions about this all over the place from different defense lawyers. Some people, absolutely not. I never put my client on the stand if I don't have to. Me personally, I recognize the jury is going to be instructed that they don't have to hold it against her, but the jury, they're human and they want to hear from her. They want to get a sense of who she is. They've been sitting here this entire time, watching her, seeing how she reacts, seeing what expressions she makes, seeing how she talks to her lawyers, and they're forming their own little judgments and opinions and stuff based on that type of thing as it's happening. She's the focus of all of this, and so they want to know. They want to have the most information that they possibly can. So if my client is not going to self-destruct on cross-examination, I want to be able to give them that. I want to be able to show them, yes, my client is a perfectly normal person. This is not some psychopath. My client has a good explanation for how things happened the way they did. My client can explain why the evidence looks like this. If I have that type of a case, yeah, I really do want to give that to the jury. And so, especially here where she is the only witness to a lot of this stuff, she's the only one can say he got out of the car. She's the only one who can say if she saw him go into the house. She's the only one that can explain, why was the car moving? What was it doing? Why did you leave? Why did you leave these angry voices? Had kind of a working theory with this whole moving car and the angry texts and the fight that nobody heard and stuff like that. I've had a theory that Karen didn't really want to go to this party, but John did. And so it was supposed to be a situation where, maybe he's going to go inside and just check in real quick. Hey guys, I'm here, but I can't stay. Just want to say happy birthday. Thanks for having me over, whatever. And she's going to wait outside for him until he comes back out. Well, then he never comes back out. And she doesn't know why. She's, thinking, what an inconsiderate drunk, whatever, that I need to get home and go to sleep. And now he's staying out here partying. He's not living up to his word to me. Yeah, I'm going to be pissed about that. So it would be interesting to get to just hear a little bit more about that context and about what happened. Her angry phone messages are they're going to come in anyway, statements of a party opponent. So to have her explain all of that, I think is potentially really helpful. So if you're asking me to predict if she is going to take the stand or not, that one's tough. But I'm going to err on, yeah, I do. I do think she's going to. I do think she's going to take the stand, but we'll see. Would a mistrial here be worse for the defense? In some respects, yeah, this is a really good question. I think it potentially could be. A mistrial just gives you a do-over, but a do-over means, first off, if you like the jury that you have, you like how they're receiving things, you like your rapport with them, you're going to have to start that all over. You're going to roll the dice on, the new panel, the new selection, and who you get through that. It's amazing the difference that you can get. I had a case once that I had to try 3 times because it kept getting mistrialed. First time was the prosecutor blurting something out that he's not allowed to blurt out. So we get a mistrial for that one. Second time, it goes through trial. We get a verdict. My client's convicted, but then we get information after the fact. The jury had been investigating. They've been doing legal research on their phones, bringing that into the jury room, which is misconduct. As they've been saying, that's part of the standard instructions. You're not allowed to do that. So another mistrial, another new trial. So 3 different panels that I got for this one single criminal case, and they were all different. And in hindsight, man, that first one was by far the best one. But you don't know at the time. You don't know that. You don't know what you're going to get. It's just kind of a roll of the dice. But in this particular case, the most significant thing is now these witnesses have had a trial run. To the extent you've been holding things in your pocket to make them explain for the first time or whatever, surprise them. although they should not be surprised, they should have been prepared for all of this stuff by Lally. In fact, as I've said before, Lally should have asked them about it specifically because he should personally be interested in their answer to some of these questions, some of these inconsistencies and stuff. They shouldn't be surprised, but this is their trial run then at being able to pitch that to a jury and decide how they want to word it, decide what kind of emotion they're going to display and stuff like that. So now they've rehearsed it, and it's not necessarily to your advantage to do that a second time. In fact, we've seen that a little bit, I think, already with these voir dires. I don't like the voir dires very much if you don't have to do them, because you're just previewing for the witness the hard questions you're about to ask them once the jury comes back in the room. They get a trial run at answering them. And it's just not that common that your second round with the same information is going to go a whole lot better than the first. So yeah, I'm not sure that the defense is necessarily looking for a mistrial here. It's probably really not what they're hoping for. Vicky McNamara is a new YouTube member. Thank you, Vicky. Thanks for joining us. Glad to have you here. And Vicky McNamara, do jurors ever pick up on perceived bias from a judge and allow that to affect their decision, like an underdog effect? So in this case, give more sympathy to the defense. Yeah, that does happen. I don't know how often it happens, but it has happened enough that I'm aware of situations where jurors have commented on it. Like they wondered, why is the judge being like this? Why is the judge, being so hostile to this person? Why does the judge, seem friendly to this person and not these other people? They do notice that stuff because the judge tends to be the person that the jurors look up to the most in the courtroom. They understand the lawyers are there on one side or the other. They're representing their client. That's the job that they have to do. But the judge, they really see as the one who's there to do justice, to make sure it's fair. You're the umpire, there in the courtroom. And so they have a pretty high expectation for the judge's fairness and impartiality in that situation. So if the judge behaves inconsistent with that, they notice, and they do wonder why. So that is definitely a possibility that they could be like, well, why is the judge giving this defense such a hard time? The other side of that is that they could be looking at them thinking, wow, these guys must be real assholes. If if the judge is treating them like this, what is going on that we don't even know about? You don't really know which way they're going to take it because you don't necessarily know how they're feeling about the judge. Now, me personally, just from looking at the outside, it would seem pretty easy to me for a jury to see one of these people is really wasting our time on a lot of nonsense and stuff that doesn't matter, and their feet are not being held to the fire at all. On the other hand, we have a side that's actually kind of giving us good information, giving us evidence, following up on those promises they made to us in the opening statement. And the judge is making it very difficult with them, and she's being very short with them. Whereas with Mr. Lally, she's very polite. Can we please move it along? With Mr. Yannetti, you get one more question. So I think they're going to see pretty clearly that her sympathies are not with the defense in this one. And how much weight they're going to put on that, you never really know. But I do have to think they're going to be wondering, what's wrong with the defense here? They seem to be doing more. They seem to be doing a better job than the Commonwealth is. I don't think it's really rocket science to recognize that. Brian Alleman, hold up, just realized something. Colin was beefing with a hockey team over girls. Allie played hockey. I wonder what girl he was so fired up about. Yeah, good question. Good question. We don't know. we don't know. I just remember that standing out as Colin kind of explaining it was our girls who were hanging out with their hockey team, which really makes it sound like so you're the one that started the beef because your girls, the ones that belong to you, were not being loyal or something. Isn't there a saying about that? Yeah, I don't know. But that is an interesting theory. Can't rule out that it's Allie. We don't know a whole lot about her hockey. Of course, don't know anything about the Advantage guys, who they are, if they're connected with her in some way. But hockey is a pretty small universe, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if this is part of the explanation. Nunzio, so she can remember the details of her glass, but not what Jo was drinking. Yeah. Yeah, that was a funny one, wasn't it? The glass is ribbed for her pleasure. But that's really all that she can remember about it. It is kind of a strange observation. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and pause here just so I can grab something real quick, do all my checking on stuff. I will get back and I will get back to the rest of your comments and everything when we return, if the court's not already going at that point. But I want to be sure I don't miss anything. So thank you for hanging tight with me. I won't be long. Okay, guys, I am back. Thank you so much for your patience, hanging in there while I make sure nobody around here is going to pass out and die or otherwise not be able to be back for the afternoon. So I'm not there. We're live now. Got us totally back to live. Well, I gotta say, I feel real good about the call I made earlier that they're going to start objecting to the whole trying to drag it along with Jen McCabe. Nope, the defense wants to get that cross-examination started today, and I think they're going to be able to. I just don't see any way. We got about 3 hours left. I don't see any way that Lally is going to be able to drag this one out so long that they don't get a chance to start having their crack at her. So that's very exciting. Things are going to get fiery this afternoon. I'm still thinking about this the situation with Matt McCabe, the Channel 4, and this group chat. This is just part of the problem of not having all of the text, not having the full context, because okay, if everybody knew you were talking about Channel 4, then I would think Channel 4 would have had to be introduced into the conversation at some point. And who was that? Who introduced that? Who introduced that in? We didn't see. We don't know any of that. Talk to them means we're relating to some other part of the conversation, and we haven't been privy to that. So I don't love that. I mean, I understand if people are going to talk kind of vaguely and in ambiguous terms so that they have deniability later on, then it might just be that you get what you get. But if you didn't specifically tell them Channel 4, how are they going to know that? How did that come into the conversation? How did we all know who we're talking about? Just seems like that it would have been a really easy redirect from Lally if that was there in the text to be able to point out, see right here, this is where you mentioned Channel 4 showed up to D&E and how the conversation led to what Chris should tell the people at Channel 4. It kind of sounds more like they're talking about what should we tell Chris and Julie. That's a little bit more how it reads to me. The story has been that Chris and Julie were not at 34 Fairview. They left. Julie had the headache, so they went straight home. They weren't there to personally witness what was happening. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying before about how the conspiracy doesn't necessarily require all of these, hundreds of people or whatever, dozens of people to be involved with it. It's perfectly possible that some people were deceived. And so that could be support for that. Chris and Julie don't need to know. Certainly police officer is going to know about the prisoner's dilemma problem. The more people that know about your crime, the more people that are, in a position to potentially say too much or throw you under the bus to save their own skin. So you're not necessarily going to tell everybody what really happened. Maybe better to just tell him the guy never came inside. Seems like a possible interpretation of those texts to me. I can't read it as tell Chris and Julie to tell the police that the guy never came inside, because they wouldn't have known, right? If they weren't at the house, they can't tell the police he never came inside. They wouldn't have been in a position to know that. So maybe telling Julie and Chris he never came inside, and that's the story they're gonna keep up with the family folks who weren't there and didn't know. Just one possibility. Well, what else do we have going on here? I mean, another slow witness day. We're still well over 40 witnesses to get through. going back through my notes here to see where I made those big stars, right? Like I showed you guys yesterday. I've added now my day tabs. My day tabs are in orange. My witness tabs are in pink. So this is just how I visualize stuff, guys. Been reading long transcripts for way too long that I have to sort out what's where and who said what when, and you don't want to read 3,000 pages more than you have to try to find the citation to that exact word that you're looking for. Yeah, what do we think? Was that whole stuff with where the car was initially, was that just to get under his skin to soften him up for this group chat? I don't know. I mean, those are really about the only things he hit him with. The 3-point turn. I mean, he did. I remember that. I'm pretty sure. In fact, I'll go back and check. I'm pretty sure it is from the Commonwealth's statement of the case that they first said that Chris or Matt McCabe reported seeing this these tire tracks that looked like a 3-point turn. Here's where they're talking about interviewing Carrie Roberts. Okay, so here's where they're talking. This could have been fleshed out a little bit more, I think. Maybe it will be with the witnesses that are coming. We go to the statement of facts. Later that I'm going to go back, which is not a bad thing. But I'll have to follow up on that thought at the next break. Let me go ahead and get this going here.
Good afternoon, court back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Carol, I'm up with seats to do. Well, let me.
Her point here with this instruction is that people can use somebody else's phone.
I do.
What do you recognize those?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th through the morning of January 29th?
Yes.
And what's contained in those, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as a contact?
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him, and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contacts that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you, and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. And this is subject to what we talked about in sidebar?
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Subject to what we talked about at sidebar.
John, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that. Sure.
Yes.
McCabe, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes,
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
correct.
Definitely an extraction.
I'm sorry to do this. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman?
More
Yeah.
sidebar things.
Thank you.
Weren't there like multiple experts working on Jen McCabe's phone? And that was part of the deal with the dispute over the timing of that Google search. Different extractions, different software, et cetera, et cetera. Wonder if he's taking issue with the one that Mr. Lally is choosing to use. I wish they weren't giving us that emergency broadcast type of beep. It's quite annoying. It's almost as annoying as Jen McCabe's smacking, the smacking of her lips. While we're waiting for them, I'll just say real quick, I saw a question come up. There had been a question in the chat about, did Matt McCabe say that he was driving or that Jen was driving? So I went back through my notes, and what I have written down that he said is that Jen was in the car when I got in the driver's seat. She got a call from John. I told her to call him instead of texting back. So I don't think he said specifically that she was driving, but he put her in the driver's seat. And then he did say she parked in the driveway.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Ms. McCabe, with what's...
We're going to use the
what's
other
up on the
one.
screen is the exhibits,
Interesting.
Green bubbles and blue bubbles, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first text from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And if it assists you, if you have that in front of you.
Oh, okay.
you can look at that. So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation, he calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
Testify to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing the car, and then you send the text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that.
Oh, scroll too fast.
And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the driveway?
So what were you looking at while this is happening? Why are you not looking at the car?
And again, with this bubble, if you could read
Maybe
out.
going out to check.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, that texted John, Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see about?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the alert?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next level. And similar to the prior one that we did.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
Next level.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now, this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then.
These are from
at some point
John's
you texted
phone.
John later on
Check that out.
29.
Yes.
You know, these.
JJ is now the
Those
owner.
text messages that you sent at that point,
Correct.
you could just, similar to the other ones we.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat? Now, Ms. McCabe, I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to the school?
Yes.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
I pointed out that the phone on this extraction, it identifies Jen McCabe and then it identifies JJ as owner. So I think this might be a situation where, yeah, both of them do go by JJ, or maybe she's got, well, no, if it's from his phone. That's what it seems to look like. He's the owner.
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Actually, look at that and look up when you finish. And if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page.
Yes, Lucy, that's what it looks like, that he was saved in his own phone as JJ.
Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a ascending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes,
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, did they appear in those?
they do.
May we push, please?
Okay, may I have that?
I think this is getting into some other issue because of the deleting the call logs. I definitely remember some stuff about she was deleting call records. So what is she referring at to refresh her recollection or to confirm those calls? Is it her call log or is it John's call log? I gotta wonder. Same thing, is it from her phone or is it from her iCloud? You can't necessarily delete it from your iCloud the same way you can just delete it from locally being there on your phone. Definitely can't delete it from the source. You can't delete it from, AT&T or whoever it is your provider is. So definitely got some authenticity stuff going on here that they're working out at Sidebar. Is Bev going to allow the defense to ask her about her deleted Google search? Well, she absolutely better. I mean, if she doesn't let that come in, that's pretty critical. I mean, that goes directly to the defense theory. It goes directly to the witness's credibility. This is pretty core impeachment that she gets to explain it, and the jury gets to decide what they think of her explanation. But not letting them ask the question at all, that would be a pretty significant impairment of their right to confront this witness.
Okay.
Guys, I'm
Mr.
pretty
McCabe,
sure
as far as the first calls that you were testifying about. as far
we've
as
heard
when
that
you spoke to
John
the
also
service
was
on the way
called
from the
JJ.
waterfall to the residents of Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes,
As far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
yes.
And what are?
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
May I approach him?
Yes.
I won't see you for 15 minutes. The next exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that during the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence of Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes,
And Your Honor, with course of mission, I would ask to publish with this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify, please, Mr. Lowry.
Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. Just click on the button and point to the screen. And if I could ask, if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So This angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, if you understand what I'm saying.
Using that just direct to his attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So Ellie, why don't you show another picture if this one isn't helpful?
It's gonna look like that exists.
And just to keep following up, I have a note from
Yes,
Catherine
so just do follow
Camerano's
this and
testimony.
then come straight.
She referred to him as JJ.
And lastly,
Although his brother, Paul,
Jake
said they called
testified
him
that,
Johnny.
Another point, you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, right?
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just bring your attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe with the vehicle in a second.
It was right about, right near the flagpole.
Okay.
This gentleman, you can take that.
Now, turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No,
Now, you leave the home around what time?
approximately 1:30, roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband, Matt, was driving?
Yes.
Where are you seated?
And the front seat.
And
She
do you
didn't
recall
text,
where Ms.
everything's
Levinson and Ms.
okay?
Nagel was seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with
Bread.
anyone in the
Tell us about the bread.
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow this subject to moving strength. There's a portion that's relative. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week.
Nobody saw
And so I
John
had
because
brought
of
stuff in the
bread.
car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And as, do you recall which direction or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from
Ha ha ha,
residence in
bread.
Fairview? And by that,
So
I mean,
funny
did he
and
head towards
noteworthy.
Chapman or did he head towards?
Chapman.
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading to the house, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And
Very important
either of
detail
these
there
girls,
to remember
did you
very
know where they
clearly.
lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of yes, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
So you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband go?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Ms. Nagel, Ms. Levinson, and then going home, about how long a period of time is that?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. Not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Cheese, that crazy diet
Did you
food
go right to sleep, or what
that
if
you have
anything
at 2
when
a.m.
you
for
went
your
up?
diet.
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you need.
Yeah, we don't need
Sure. I
full
was
detailed explanation
researching
you've come up
a
with.
basketball team. And I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview.
Diane Cold
evening,
University, that's what you were looking for?
I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what if any videos or any music or anything that you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you did?
So one of my sisters loves this song Raining Men. And she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances. And it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed or went to sleep, I should say?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did. Yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
As far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed? Or?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on.
So are you
More
supposed to
often
go
than
to
not, I
bed with
take
it
it
on
off, but there
because
are
it
times that I
monitors
do
your
sleep with
sleep and
it.
stuff?
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit, as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Thean, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen,
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that point?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times. And she tells me that John didn't come home. They got into a fight and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point, that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed, is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation.
You had
with her
girlfriend
phone as far as
chit-chat?
text or phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Correct.
But you didn't have her
And so
contact?
after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee or at least your phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response to that?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen, and then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
Proceeded to
And
say
this is
more
while
pop
you're still
talk.
in your home and you're in your bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was gonna meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview. So I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual and maybe he just ended up
And
on
we're
his
still not
couch.
giving this guy's
that
name. Matt
individual?
didn't either.
Tom Beatty.
And who is
Tom.
Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know?
He has two daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Kaylee.
Yes.
And so based on sort of that process, thought process and what you're doing, what did you do next?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time that you called Tom, did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point I get up and I'm like, okay, well, got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed, but then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take it back for a second, as far as decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home, is that something that had ever happened before, you were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Ask it to.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids?
Objection.
I'm gonna allow
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming
And where was the screaming coming from?
out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to,
She's not the
during any of the other
defendant.
conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No,
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That was
Yes.
the assumption.
Mhm.
And then
So
subsequent,
is that a yes or no?
yes,
and as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you next?
the first couple calls I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised
Yes,
you? And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Miss Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
We have to go to Fairview.
Just,
That's in a better way.
Yeah.
Did you see a vehicle?
yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning.
Yes,
And so as she's coming up your walk toward your front door,
running, yes.
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up at your house?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Ms. Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up and I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names.
Say all these things a bunch of times,
Kerry
huh?
was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there
So
and
they
he's
ignored
passed
her?
out and you didn't see him.
When you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that. Again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And you're driving that vehicle from your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
yes,
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house.
yes,
You're familiar with that residence, you've been there plenty of times before.
yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kids' sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok.
Then how
We
did
bought
Kerry know
sneakers
where
for
you
all my
live?
girls and me.
Show up in
And
the morning.
then he took Kerry
with
and
Karen.
I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had as a contact saved in your phone? Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No,
So you indicated that Ms. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's car, correct?
yes,
Now, as far as that, Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone the earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
yes,
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end.
yes,
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
Yes,
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
correct.
Now, when you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that vehicle?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as a camera or anything like that?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You back the vehicle out of the driveway and
Mhm.
you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes,
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Ms. Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Ms. Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Ms. Roberts' attentions?
The back right.
So passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see of that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And
Convenient. With the snow covering it.
then at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out?
How is the
Mr.
snow
O'Keefe's driveway
covering
looking
broken
at the
pieces?
cracked taillight?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is that?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So from facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be? The left or the right?
The right.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
So they go to John's house instead of where the blob was that old Julie Nagel had seen the morning before, right outside where she saw Karen's SUV. And Karen is telling you, I hit him and my taillight's cracked. And you decide to go to John's house and you don't mention the blob. But you saw a cracked taillight with missing pieces, but there was snow on it. How does
I'm showing
snow
you another
cover missing
photograph.
pieces?
Just ask you to look at that. We'll help you finish.
Okay.
And you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What do you recognize?
that's John's car.
And where is John's car in relation to John's house?
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
Or may I approach? I'm going to seek to introduce in the next.
Objection.
No, Mr. Lally conveniently did not ask Ms.
Your Honor, with the
McCabe,
court's permission, if I could
about
publish
blob.
that area now as well.
Okay.
which she was in the middle of the conversation with Julie Nagel about, right? That's her explanation for why she wasn't looking out the window.
Now, Mr. Cave, with reference to what's up on the screen, is that the photo that you just had for you?
Yes,
And there are 2 garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
correct.
Left and a right, is that fair way?
Yes,
And you've been
It's
inside
vertical.
Mr.
How
O'Keefe's
is the
house a
snow
number of
going to
times,
cover that?
correct?
yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the left?
His old-fashioned car.
One that Kaylee didn't like?
Yes.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in?
It's pretty open.
How would you describe Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he kept things around his house?
Object to this,
either in the house,
Jackson.
the lawn, or things around?
Pointless.
John was very meticulous. Everything had its place.
Now, when you arrived there on the morning of the 29th, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle wasn't parked in that position, correct?
Correct.
From sort of the outside of the residence, were you aware of there being any sort of security cameras or anything on affixed to the house of One Meadows Ave at that time?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
John told us I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just is always watching.
And when he would show you that,
Mhm.
how would he show you? Like on what kind of device?
On his phone.
So he had the ring application hooked up to his cell phone?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the laser pointer, just sort of delineate for the jury whereabouts you had parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in and see it.
So it would be right there because John's car was further over
Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over to the fence.
towards the fence. Yes.
And so when you
Is
arrive
this the
there,
best
you're looking
picture
at the
we
tail
have
light, and
for
at some
this?
point you go in the house, correct?
Correct.
How did you get into the house that morning?
The right garage door was open.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house that a garage door is open in a snowstorm?
No.
And so you go in through the garage door and then you go into the house, correct?
Yes.
And it's going to need to take place. So, Ms. McCabe, if you could describe to the jury sort of how you, when you come in through that right garage door and you start to go into the house, what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mudroom.
And typically when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
And why was that?
He didn't want dirt or that morning snow probably getting all over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walked into the home that morning into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts
Wow,
both took off
that's
your
it,
shoes,
guilty.
and Ms. Reed then just walked into the house with
Callous
boots or shoes or whatever she was
disregard.
wearing on.
Yes.
For the no shoe rule.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room. Carrie was also running around different rooms. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Did you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to when it at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes,
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
it was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
So after that, where did the three of you go from there?
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to Fairview.
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Carrie's.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you two photographs again. If you could just look at those and look up when you finish.
Karen
Do
is
you
not
recognize what's in those
entertained.
photographs?
Yes,
And what do you recognize those to be?
the defendant's vehicle.
Now she's the defendant.
May I approach?
Yes.
On the Commonwealth seek to introduce and there's the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Now she's the defendant.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish the jury as well. Ms. McCabe, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And in sort of focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the tail light, if you could, with the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that. Now, ma'am, with respect to what's depicted in this photograph as far as any damage that you observed to this tail light
That's the
area on the
same.
rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct, minus the snow, etc.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit. And again, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side taillight here, correct?
But you got better
Yes.
eyes than I do. I can't
And
tell what
what's
the hell that
depicted in
is.
this
All the
that
glare.
consistent with what you observed minus sort of the caked in snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 29th.
yes.
Gentlemen, you can take that down, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a short portion of, actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from the driveway.
Ms. McCabe, directing your attention up to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes,
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
that is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
If you could run this, sorry.
So they went straight in. No looking at the taillight. We're gonna watch the whole video. They leave their cars running outside. No, okay, shut them off. Carrie's car, I guess, is still on. Yeah, because she's got her parking lights on. So she runs inside and takes off her shoes with her car running outside. Okay.
Ms. McCabe, what was depicted in that video, is that consistent with what you observed, the weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes,
And lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Okay, so where were they looking at the tail light? She was nowhere near the tail light in that video.
And again, what's in this video, do you recognize that, Mr. McCabe?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is John's house.
I'm just going to play it from there.
We're just going to use the detective's video.
Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly
The
in front of you, do you
officer.
recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
As far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where is the defendant's car and where is Mr. O'Keefe's?
It looks like snow
Mr.
on it.
O'Keefe's car and the defendant's.
And it's not that much snow.
Where
Look
you
at that.
observe
It's a
the defendant's
dusting.
RV, is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
Now, may I have a moment?
Okay.
You may just hold me on.
Sure.
That is not enough snow to cover a whole empty, cracked out compartment.
I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Like if a whole bunch of snow had blown on and accumulated and there's like inches and inches and stuff, okay, like the whole back of your car is solid snow. Yeah, I could see that then you wouldn't be able to see a broken taillight. That was barely any snow at all sitting on it. It would have fallen through. It would have, you would see the outline of where it's cracked. I just don't know what this video shows, and I don't see it looking personally much like what we saw in the back of the Sally Port. I mean, that video directly contradicted her. I was in front, Carrie behind. Karen brings us to the back, says, see, I have a cracked tail light, rear light. I saw there were missing pieces in snow. Carrie's yelling at her, telling her she was driving around drunk and could have hit anything. So then they went in the house and took off there. They said specifically, looked at the taillight and went into the house. We just watched it on video. That did not happen. She went nowhere near that taillight. She went straight from the driver door into the house. Absolutely did not happen. Is she going to walk that back?
Jurors, I just want to tell I appreciate counsel trying to work together for
on
this.
video?
It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions.
Now, Mr. McCabe, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now, the condition of the passenger side tail light, is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that morning?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
And just, if you could, lastly, just with the laser pointer, direct your attention where in the video you see the rear passenger side tail light. Just going to continue. Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, "We need to go to Fairview."
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Kerry was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming out the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, "Carrie, Carrie," her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat?
She's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, "He didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he?" So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back seat while you were going from Meadows Ave there?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had
I
provided.
would
the
say
night before.
Bella, the kid.
Correct.
I don't think so.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes. She asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes.
And who was that?
A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent in time to when you're driving around on January 29th? When they had dated?
No.
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before.
Correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defendant?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and
Sounds to me like they're messing with her.
just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
But Carrie's going to bring that up.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names. Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom. And then as we got closer, I said, just past, see where those trees are. Just past the trees is my sister's house.
As you got in that area of sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, a little. It goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what, if anything, happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on
So
the
you
door in
went
the back
past
seat?
him and
Yes.
you saw him going
And
by.
at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking the door, banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs
And runs away.
straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side. So as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was,
Correct.
and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there.
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. In Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen of what's been marked as Exhibit 12, and I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive through Fairview Road that way. It's going to be quick play.
Well, you might use your wipers. Just putting it out there.
Now, as this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask, what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions, weather-wise?
Near whiteout.
When Ms. Roberts is driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview Road?
Yes.
I mean, he's not even like on the fast setting on his wipers. This is not a near whiteout. Come on, guys. We don't need to exaggerate the snow.
McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton, this is perspective wise as far as what street or where it is, any landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
Well, Ellie is definitely milking the rest of the day with this stuff. Another 40 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, why don't we watch more of these dash cam videos? But by all means, let's not ask about the black blob.
Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are
this is the top of Fairview.
we? So this will be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes,
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking a left onto Fairview?
yes,
And,
So in other words, this video is nothing like what you experienced that morning. We're just going to watch it again for no reason. So transparent, Lally. We all see what you're doing. You're trying to delay the inevitable, but we know it's coming. We all know it's coming. I can't wait to see how she explains watching the video with her own eyeballs where she does not look at the taillight, and she still testified to that. I can't wait to see how she handles that. That's going to give us the best sense of who Jen McCabe is. Are you going to acknowledge you were wrong and that didn't happen? Or are you going to double down on, well, that's how I remembered it. Maybe it was another time. It happened at a different part of the visit. I can tell you, I got a pretty good guess which one it'll be. Yeah, I mean, the defense could be objecting to all of this, and they're not.
now,
So they don't mind you running out the clock. We're going to let them do it.
Down Fairview, was that Tabernacle Trail consistent with what you observed in Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
yes,
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
a little bit more towards the top of the street,
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by Chapman.
midway down, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
So Karen runs out to exactly where you had seen her SUV parked the night before, but she's crazy.
Vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Seeing John there,
Yes,
you think
You
she's
recognize that?
crazy.
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the wave of the horn, if you could direct your attention to where you see Ms. Roberts.
Oops.
Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Tell me if you could. See that area now?
Yes.
We're using the laser pointer just to direct his attention to it. I was coming if you could play this for.
Not that hard to see. Really not that hard to see outside with all that bright snow reflecting the headlights.
Do we have a problem? Does he corrupt? Does he corrupt? Huh?
If you could, fast forward just about. Right.
Now she's crying. She wasn't crying when
Okay,
they
you
found
recognize any of
John
the individuals up on
because
that?
Karen was crazy.
Yes.
And you could, with the laser pointer, direct their attention. Who you recognize and who you recognize that?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Okay. Tell me you can take
You're
that.
gonna watch the part where she walks away.
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there, communicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
Is that why the back of the car is opened up in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Let's hear the
She
911
directed
call.
where to go within the vehicle to find the blanket.
I know we heard it, but it was terrible.
Yes.
I'd like to hear it again.
You called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
If you know about how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that
Not getting
point how
nothing just
far
from this
Mr.
emotion.
O'Keefe was
Hate me if you
from
want to,
the roadway
guys.
as far as
Not
where the
getting
road
it.
was concerned?
No color in her face, no eyes
I mean, I
red,
remember
no
kind
eyes
of
blurry, no involuntary
a little
movement.
ways in. I don't know exactly.
She's trying to fake like hitches in
And
her
so
breathing
you
is
make
what it
that
looks
call
like
to
to me.
911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him. And she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen's screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on with that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some point after you call 911.
Now she's laser focused again after these
Police or
emotions.
fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
You know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders started to arrive?
When I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
And is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last?
I didn't see the officer, in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
So then, after the officer arrives, what happened?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just
didn't mention
ran
the
around
blob party?
screaming
None of
my
it?
name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And by him, you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you
That's
see
not
anything
traumatic
about
at all,
what
remembering
they were doing or
that.
What was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. And Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT
And you still didn't tell 'em?
asked, one EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Carrie came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information,
In
biographical
addition,
information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes,
yes,
Something that you said once or
Jesus.
more than once?
3 times. I hit
Three
him, I
times.
hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Now, one of the officers takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes,
You were over in that area as well?
yes,
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Kerry, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Kerry said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold
Suddenly
and my hands
she's
were
rational.
frozen and I have MS and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You'll call
We
whether
were
or
in the
not
car,
that
but we
came up
saw
as
you
far
never
as
got
this.
in on the
You're searching
video.
Google, is it something that you typed once or more than once? If you
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
It's her fault.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
So you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance,
Pretty tight time frame
where did you go
for her to
then?
be in that patrol car.
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving and they were asking questions about what happened.
did
And you
speak to
didn't
those
tell
officers?
them.
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And
That's your
that sort of
excuse of
period
why
there,
you
how
didn't
long did
tell
that go
them
on?
about Bob and the
So
party.
I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as
Sorry.
far as medically that was going on with Mr.
Dog
O'Keefe
noises
and
here.
all?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And do you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No,
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
yes.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door,
And front door was unlocked?
yes,
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
yes.
And so you entered the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed,
And you opened it?
yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe,
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come in, they're both sleeping, and what happened then?
I go over to the bed and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you
Dog
calling
wasn't
out the
alarmed
names
by you
before
coming
you
in?
got any kind of response?
Brian responded first and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, and I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, "Who's John?" I mean, they just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Why would you say John
Now,
died
as far as
when he was
when you're-
still alive when they put him in the ambulance?
they're
Still
first
working
waking
on
up
him?
and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, like, why?
That's not what you think they saw.
Okay.
So what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Objection, move to strike.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on?
A few minutes at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
You're aware of who he was?
Yes.
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know, only if you.
okay.
If you know. Do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer Who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else is speaking to the officer?
Brian and Nicole.
The conversation initially with the officer, you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call
What a
your husband back,
multitasker.
and then he arrives at some point after you're done talking to the officer or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
Hello, that told her to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes, Carrie came up and she had told me that she.
Not what she told you. Next question.
She rolled her eyes a little bit with
At
that.
some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
I'll start.
And as far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving.
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
About how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back?
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first responders?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
How long were you there that morning, waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived,
Didn't Brian Higgins also
at some
come
point
over?
around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No.
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was still there at the time when Miss Julie Albert arrived?
There wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were there?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there. And Brian Higgins was also came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? Did you know?
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
That was after some period of time when he had left?
Yes.
He came back with another officer named Gallagher, is that right?
Yes.
And why did they come back to the house?
Because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
And so you called Officer Lank, he then comes back to the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, what is it that why had you asked him to come?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, once, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call.
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
And specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And with your husband, I presume?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met before?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
And did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And had you ever met Yuri Buchanan?
No.
When you get home, about how long was it at the time from when you arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came back?
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him, he's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
And he obliged and he came over, correct?
Yes.
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
In my dining room.
And when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes.
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
No.
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, did those same officers talk to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian?
Yes.
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
In my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
She's nervous. She's afraid he's going to come at her. Mr. Jackson's going to get a bite before the weekend.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nope, he found something else. They're already ready to go with text messages.
I'm showing you two separate pages, just ask you to look at each of them and then look when they're finished.
Okay.
He didn't ask her on direct to explain why she deleted all of those searches and calls and stuff. Is he going to still ask that?
Do you recognize each of those documents and what the content is?
Yes,
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
yes,
And the other one is sort of the list of phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed from that morning as well.
yes.
Now, before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admits each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection on that.
Any particular order?
Doesn't matter, whichever.
Text first, please.
I do love her cobalt blue. I will give her that for sure. That is a great blue. I love cobalt blue in the courtroom. Worn it many times myself.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Now, you had asked the defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from any other source?
I must have, but I don't recall how.
And as far as asking for Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them and then further updates from Carrie about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
Your friend.
No further questions from this witness.
4 minutes to 4. I think we're way too much.
I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
All right, Joyce, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday, so we'll come back Tuesday.
No court Monday.
So Tuesday will be a half a day. Someday next week, I might ask you to think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days, but I'll give you plenty of notice of that. I need to make sure that I'm just asking you to think about it. All right, so please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You'll leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads, and we'll see you fresh Tuesday.
The good thing for Karen is this is probably the low point of the trial for her, leaving on this Friday afternoon. on that note, it reminds me, there was a point during Johnny Depp's cross exam when they left it on a rather sour note over the weekend. I think the long weekend, it might have been even before the week off. So there was just all this time for this very unpleasant testimony to simmer. And that was definitely the low point there.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Scheduling. Okay, no court Monday, half day on Tuesday. Good to know. I wasn't aware we were not coming back on Monday. Does she come across as very likable? I don't know. There's something hard about Jen McCabe. We're getting these very precise, clipped, fast answers. No, yes. And I have to notice that those are going to probably be in pretty sharp contrast with what I expect we're going to see in cross-exam, where I expect she is going to be wriggling a lot more to not get pinned down. The how long to die in the cold, I have a hard time buying the story. Your whole story that you made a point of repeating over and over and over again is that Karen is being irrational. She's completely out of it, screaming, Jen, Jen, and repeating, is he dead? Except for that one time that she specifically said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. 3 times. I just don't really know that I buy that this woman that you're describing as being hysterical is suddenly interested in doing a Google search about hypothermia. You didn't Google hypothermia. You Googled Haas long to die in cold. And you did it a couple times because you don't know why, but you never got an answer. Not sure I really like this explanation. I can't say strange things don't happen. Maybe it did, but it doesn't smell right to me. I can't say that I really like it. I don't like that sudden switch to the defendant that she used. Forget what she was talking about at the time. I think it was the car, the defendant's car. Cop talk. That's not your default. You've been calling her Karen the whole time. Your default is going to be Karen. It's Karen's car. Why did you suddenly shift to the defendant? I didn't like that. It did not sit right with me. I thought, I realize this is maybe just a goofy little detail, but we made such a whole big thing about this diet that all these guys are on, and yet your husband comes home at 2 a.m. to eat cheese after a night out. This is the whole thing. How did he do in that competition there, Jen? With the 2 a.m. cheese. I can speak from personal experience. When I'm indulging in 2 a.m. cheese, it's probably not at my prime physique point. Didn't mention the blob. Didn't say anything about he had been there last night. I mean, why was this not the first thing that you're telling? You're telling me that law enforcement immediately when they arrive on the scene, they're asking you what happened. And you didn't tell him, you just give his name and his biographical information. You don't tell them. I was texting John last night to help give him directions to this exact location. I saw Karen Reed's car outside here at this exact point where we are right now. but John never came in, and she's saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. To me, this is not hard to put this together at all. And it's very strange to me that with all of this going on, John's missing, Karen's distraught, she wants to go to Fairview. You took her to John's house? You took her to John's house. She's telling you, Fairview, you already know he was there at Fairview. Why would you think you were talking to her on the phone at John's house? Why would you need to go to John's house? That does not sit right with me.
All rise to the court, please.
Goodbye.
So we're done. That's it for the day. Yeah, just as we thought, he was going to be able to run out that clock, get us all through the rest of the afternoon. If we hadn't watched all that dash cam all over again, including the one from the opposite direction that would not have any relevance to where she came from or what she saw, that was a pretty important part of being able to get that clock really drained. I keep coming back to the exaggeration of the conditions outside, near whiteout conditions, hardly see. And we watched that dash cam video. His wipers are on delay. They're on delay. He doesn't even have like the fast continuous wiper setting on. They're on delay. And you can see fine. It's not near whiteout conditions. You can see for, you can see the entire range of vision in that camera. It's not like you hit a cloud bank or something. It's not like you hit a wall of snow. I'm going to assume some of you guys have been in whiteout snow conditions before. I have certainly been in whiteout snow conditions before. I've mentioned on this channel, I lived in Lake Tahoe for about 3 years. This is where the Donner Party stuff, in that ballpark was happening. So yeah, we kind of know snowstorms. Not really unusual at all to go to sleep at night and wake up in the morning and there's 8 inches of fresh new or 18 inches of fresh new snow on the ground. I mean, a lot of snow falls in a very short period of time. And yeah, it can get pretty intense and you can't see very far at all. That is not at all what we're seeing in this dash cam video. We're seeing what is, at least from my perspective, pretty mild storm. Still a pretty wet storm. Doesn't look that cold. I mean, it's melted on his windshield. Still pretty, damp looking on the road. And I think it's just really because they have to have that explanation for why, they're trying to say that nobody saw John as they were driving by, like it was going to be unusual. She had to have already known that he was there. Well, that shouldn't surprise you anyway, if that's the last place you saw her car. And if that's where she lost track of John, isn't that where you'd start looking? You wouldn't think she's crazy if she saw him there. It would make sense. You'd be able to put 2 and 2 together. Oh, I just found him in the last place that I'd seen him. I have a little question mark here in my notes. I hit him. So Karen's telling them, saying, we need to go to Fairview. My taillights cracked. I hit him. So we decided to go to John's. I mean, this whole this whole sequence of events, it's not making a lot of sense to me. They're trying to depict Karen as the illogical one here, but she's making the most sense out of all of them in a lot of ways. Why are we not going back to Fairview? Are we avoiding Fairview? Is that what's happening? Are we avoiding Fairview right now? I don't know. I don't know, but it's just very strange that she is seemingly telling you this. You have this prior information already that you know that he was there. Why is that not the first place we go? Yeah, I really don't know. Absolutely nowhere on video looking at that rear tail light. We already saw this dash cam video. She does not get in the back of the car with Karen. She does not get in the back of the car with Karen. She does not get in the back of the car with Karen. There is no moment where they are together in the back of a car where she can be doing this Google search. That is not going to be an explanation. They are going to sit her down. Jackson is going to, in this very smiling killer kind of style that he has, he is going to sit her there and make her watch that entire video and identify the point in time where she gets in the car to have that conversation with Karen. And she's not going to be able to do that. So what's she going to do then? What's she going to do then? What's her explanation then? Maybe I don't remember the exact circumstances. I don't know, man. At some point you're too certain about stuff, and if you start equivocating about it only after you get challenged, it's just going to be a problem. And I don't know why Lally isn't doing more to diffuse some of this stuff ahead of time. We already know she deleted stuff. She deleted searches. She deleted phone calls. She deleted text messages. Why do you not just get that out on direct examination so she can explain, this is just what I do? I do that from time to time. I don't know if it's a memory on her phone thing. I don't know if, maybe she's like super organized. I'm one of those people that my email is like so insanely organized because it just has to be. That's how I keep track of it. I got a million folders. If it's in my inbox, I haven't dealt with it yet. And so, then once I've dealt with it, I know I've moved it out of my inbox into another folder. Maybe it's something like that, just to keep track of what's the most important thing to be talking about when, who I need to be talking to. I mean, I could see, I guess, something where I just delete extraneous stuff so it doesn't distract me from my normal communications. But he didn't give her any of that opportunity. And so she's just going to get slapped with it on cross. And that's going to be the first time the jury hears it. I don't think that's a good plan. You really need to take the sting out of something like that, because this is the shady stuff. This is the reason why the argument that this is a frame up. This is why that kind of thing sticks. Deleting stuff, hiding stuff, denying things, making up stories about what happened that we can see with our plain eyes is not what happened. This is why a frame up theory has the potential to stick here. So, for all that we're doing this pre-Buttle case anyway, it's just very odd to me that he's not straight on trying to diffuse some of the strongest points that the defense has. He knows it's coming. We all know it's coming. She probably knows it's coming. So, but by and large, that was not really a fun day for Karen. I could have sworn I remembered that Carrie Roberts already testified. Did I remember that wrong? I went back through my notes and I saw no, Kurt Roberts testified, and I had a picture in my mind. And I'm wondering now, was that the Camerano wife? Was that her that I'm thinking of and thought that it was Carrie Roberts? I'm not sure. If somebody in the chat can confirm for me whether I'm crazy or not. I thought she did, but maybe she didn't. So that will definitely be interesting to see if there are any contradictions between those memories. I don't think we did. I think we heard from Kurt. And Kurt told us a little bit about what Carrie was doing that morning. Yeah, I could have sworn we heard from Carrie, but I could just be misremembering that. Well, any closer to proving Karen Reed hit John and killed him with her car? I mean, I guess if we believe this testimony today, this would put the finger on the scale for the Commonwealth. I mean, they had to call Jen McCabe. They had to. She's just too big a part of how they got to the I hit him stuff anyway. They really brushed over that explanation of how I called Lank back to tell him that part. It's kind of strange because in the accounting that she's given us here, everybody heard that, and this was like going on all the time anyway. So why would you either have not mentioned that in the first place, or why would you feel that you needed to repeat it? I don't know. I'm not super satisfied with that explanation. The problem from my standpoint is when you were reading through the reports, yeah, that was an add-on. That was a late in the day. Her initial statements, yeah, she didn't mention that. Nobody mentioned that. And so it was later that she calls up Proctor and says, I hit him. Nobody else, as we already know, had documented anything like this. None of the first responders saw it. The first responders, like the firefighters, the one that actually wrote the report, he doesn't document anything like that. So it's not till later on that now we have an emergency responder, Katie McLaughlin, saying, I heard her say, I hit him. And then some of the other firefighters repeat that as well. So the very first time, just chronologically in the case that we hear this, I hit him, it came from Jen McCabe, and it came from this, oh, by the way, I'm calling you back to let you know that. So, boy, we're going to have a long time to wait for this cross-exam, huh? We got not just a whole weekend, but it's a long weekend. A long weekend. No court on Monday. I got to say, it doesn't break my heart. I'm not going to mind having an extra day to sleep in and get caught up on stuff and things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and catch up on the chats here. Jason Sorensen, the fact she rushes the defense and says stuff in front of jury while sighing is super improper. This woman's life is on the line while the state and her drag this out way more. I believe this is about Judge Cannoni. Yeah, I mean, I commented it just seems like she's getting a little bit worse as time is going on. Is really skirting the line of commenting on the evidence that the jury is being asked to see, communicating her disdain for it, her belief that it isn't that important, but it's not up to her. Her job is just to decide if it comes in or not. It's for the jury to decide if it's important or not. So yeah, comments that tend to, stick your thumb on the scale a little bit, not a good thing for her to be doing at all. And if it gets worse, those can be bigger problems in a trial. And it's because of that influence that the judge has over the jury. It's just sort of, the judge is the one they get the law from. The judge is the one that they are instructed by. They look up to her. So her opinion carries a lot of weight. And if she's communicating, you don't need to pay attention to this, it's not a big deal. Yeah, they're probably going to follow that. And that's a problem. Okay, I think they asked about taking Chloe the other day to make them nervous, kind of letting them know they have inside info to rattle them. Yeah, this is going back to Caitlin Albert and asking her if she took Chloe with her when she left. And it was this very out of the blue, odd kind of question. Just where did that come from? I never heard that. We certainly haven't heard much about Chloe the next day, the 29th. I mean, I guess the dog isn't going to necessarily be in the forefront of your attention while all this type of thing is going on, but the dog not alerting to all this stuff, the dog not barking when somebody comes rushing into your bedroom at 6 a.m. Seems to me like the dog would probably bark. I mean, if nothing else, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what that was hinting at. I don't know if that was hinting at inside information in general. I don't know if that was hinting at uh just trying to shake her up. Maybe it's, maybe it's not true. Maybe there's no reason to think that she took Chloe, but they just want to play that, frankly, same kind of gaslighting game that law enforcement often plays when they do interviews. They just lie to you about what they have, about what their evidence is, and see what they can get you to say. Maybe they can get you to make some kind of admission. So it could have been just a fishing type of question like that to see what they got. But I definitely am waiting to see. Satan, if I ever get into hot water, I want you as my lawyer. Well, thanks, Satan. Satan, I am a pretty good devil's advocate. I will, if I can say so myself. So it would be my honor. Little April 418, 12:21 to 12:24. That's when those phone calls were happening. So they weren't at the house yet. They weren't at the house yet, but Colin, according to them, was already gone by the time they got there. I mean, it's a pretty narrow window. She's really boxed them in then to when they were making that drive over. Why would it take them so much longer to get there than everybody else? I mean, obviously they don't know where they're going, but you would have told them something, I would think. I mean, I'm curious about this. Like when you're having this initial conversation, you say it comes up at the bar because Brian Albert just generally says everybody can come back to my house. They want to come, but apparently they don't ask for the address or the directions then. You then say we have a whole extra conversation in the parking lot about them coming. They want to come. They don't ask you the address or directions then. It's not until they're actually in the car going that now somebody texts to ask for directions. That seems weird to me. I just, I don't know. Not saying it didn't happen. Just saying it seems weird. Nunzio, yeah, I watch your live and then his recaps. Both are great. Thank you. I think this is talking about Pete Tragos again, the lawyer you know. He does do great recaps. I enjoy his recaps a lot myself. Definitely check his stuff out. James says, I'm done. Question, does the O'Keefe family already know this evidence or are they hearing it for the first time as trial unfolds? I would expect they're hearing it for the first time as trial unfolds, but I just don't really know. They're not privy to anything that's confidential because they're not the client of the Commonwealth. They're the victims. They're the victims of whatever happened to John O'Keefe, and that doesn't really give them particular standing as far as access to information, access to the investigation, communication with the people involved. And departments and offices just have very varying policies with how they interact with crime victims and what sort of communication they have. It's not that uncommon, guys, I'm sorry to say, for prosecutors' offices to have next to no communication with the victims of the crime. It's just not their priority. It's not what they're focused on. They're focused on being able to make their case, being able to put somebody in jail. They rely on the police to gather the evidence for them. So they look at the police report and they talk to their investigating officers. I've had cases where they go to trial and they've never even, interviewed the complaining witness. So it's just that kind of thing can vary a lot. We really don't know what their policy is here with respect to the O'Keefes. But generally, yeah, I'd expect that they're probably hearing this for the first time unless they have been following all this stuff, online, on the news, on social media, and so forth. But I doubt that they have heard much from the prosecuting attorney's office. It sounds like their own witnesses haven't necessarily heard a lot about what's coming, which is really, if that's the case, that is pretty inexcusable. Daniela K became a YouTube member. Thank you, Daniela. Thanks for supporting the channel. Glad to have you along for the ride. Thank a farmer. I do thank a farmer. You know, I'm always going to praise the best ad that was ever made. God made a farmer. Best ad that has ever been on television. God, that was a good ad. Thank a farmer. Not natural to say go to Fairview versus the Alberts. Yeah, you know, this is a good point for Karen. Karen knew it as going to the Alberts house. She had to get the address. They didn't know where they were going. They apparently got confused and came the wrong way. I don't know why she would be thinking Fairview. Yeah, she would be thinking the Alberts. That's a very, very good observation. So just one more question we have about that testimony we heard today. Cat's pajamas. Is this a strategy of Lally to have his witness in their testimony at the end of the day? Wouldn't it give AJ more time to prepare for cross, i.e. they don't have to think on their feet as much since Lally has played his hand? Yeah, you know, this is the trade-off. He wants to end on a high note, right? So when the case goes to press for the afternoon and for the weekend, they're not ending on some bombshell that really damaged the Commonwealth's case. You know, worst case scenario, they're just ending with what happened on direct examination. It's going to give the witness time to recoup and think, and I'm not going to say coordinate with everybody else, because of course they're not supposed to be doing that. So of course that's not the prosecuting attorney's intention there. But give them a break, give them a little pause. It can be tiring, you know, to testify, to be on the stand for a long period of time. You're having to pay all this attention to these questions. You're talking a lot, so you get all dehydrated. I mean, I get it. It can happen. So give them a little bit of a break before we have the stress of cross-examination and you can go into that fresh. But I think, like your point now, the trade-off is you gave them time to plan this out. I mean, you have identified your position. Okay, here is where you are, and the defense now has no pressure to overrun you like right away. They don't have to do that on the moment. They have all this time to sit back and plan. How are we going to approach? How are we going to flank? How are we going to cut off this escape route? A lot more time to be able to plan that. And if you're having to do that on the fly, it can be harder than you think. Now, with somebody like Jen McCabe, they already know what they're working with, so much of what they're working with. So they already have a lot of that kind of pre-planned out already, right? They know what they have from her text messages. They know what they have from the deleted searches. They know what they have from the changing accounts that are given to law enforcement and all that stuff. And that's their ammunition that they've already brought with them to cross-exam. What they don't know is, what's she going to do now? Is she going to change her story again? Is she going to pre-explain any of these things that we've anticipated challenging her on? Is she going to have like a new version of something? This version that she's told today, so emphatic on Karen over and over. I hit him. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? She repeated that so many times. That's what Karen is saying from the very first time that Karen calls her on the phone, all the way through the entire time that they're at Fairview. It's a lot more exaggerated than where they started. So now they know that. And they may be able to do something about that. Like if that same exaggeration was not communicated to the initial law enforcement officers that responded, you're going to wonder why. How is she going to react to being challenged on that? You know, it's very common when a lying liar who lies gets confronted on their lie. Do you think they back away? No, they dig in even further. Did we not see Amber Heard doing a lot of that kind of thing? And I just have to wonder, is that maybe a little bit of this? Is that what we have here? Her explanation, her version of events. It's been publicly called into question quite a bit before we get to this trial. And rather than, rather than changing anything up, rather than rethinking, rather if wondering, well, maybe I wasn't fair in this respect, not really giving anything. No, you double down. You double down and go even harder. That's what I'm going to be looking for on cross-exam. That is going to tell me a lot. It's going to tell me a lot about Jen McCabe and her credibility. Because if she's not going to be willing to concede things like, we can see with our own eyes, you did not go and look at the taillight before you went in John O'Keefe's house like you told us you did, then we're going to have problems, because you're gaslighting me now. You're asking me to believe something just because you said it, even though I can see with my own eyes that's not what happened. The squid. During opening, we learned that Trooper Proctor improperly went through Karen's phone. It was alluded that no search warrant was issued yet. Is that a Fourth Amendment violation? Would defense get to suppress that evidence? Great question. Yeah, typically if you're going through somebody's phone without a warrant, that's going to be a search warrant violation. There can be exceptions to that, exigent circumstances, community caretaking. We just were looking to get in touch with her next of kin. We didn't have any way to do that. Something along those lines, but it's going to be a tough sell. It's going to be a tough sell in this particular situation, given the admissions that he made surrounding what he was doing with the phone. Massive amount of information, of course, people have in their cell phones. And so that tends to be pretty protected. Like, you might have an excuse to do something like, I needed to verify that this was the person's phone. So I asked her for the passcode. She gave it to me. I entered it in. It worked. Therefore, I knew her phone worked. You don't need to go any further than that. But what often happens is police will kind of try to get a reason to be able to have your phone open or be in your phone. And then they will say what they have found is in plain view. Meaning it's just there. Like, police are not obligated to close their eyes to what they see if they're in a place where they are lawfully allowed to be. They're allowed to see, you invite them into your living room, they're allowed to see your bong on the table. Okay. They don't have to pretend it's not there. So that's a common way that police will, find things in the phone without a warrant. I don't know I don't believe there has been a motion to suppress in this case. So that can mean one of two things. It can mean they had a valid reason to get in it, perhaps consent. Consent is a valid reason to get into somebody's phone. She said, go ahead and go through it. I don't get the impression that's the case, because that's not what we heard in opening. But, maybe Trooper Proctor's got a different version of events or something. I don't know. Could be, some other exception he had to the warrant requirement. That's one possibility. There's no basis to move to suppress. The other possibility, though, is that the Commonwealth is just not going to offer any of this. They're not going to offer anything from her phone. And since the remedy for the Fourth Amendment violation is to suppress the evidence that was obtained as the result of the unlawful search, then there's nothing else you would ask for. There's no other remedy for that, other than, getting to shame Trooper Proctor publicly in this trial for doing what he did. There's no other legal recourse to it besides suppression. So if they don't intend to offer it in the first place, there's no real remedy for you to ask for. So you wouldn't file the motion to suppress. So possible there's been some stipulation or understanding behind the scenes that they're not gonna present it. I really don't know. I don't know what we're going to see here. So it's just kind of one of those open questions about this case. I have to think, yeah, if there is a basis to search, a basis to move to suppress the search of her phone, that they would do that. These are, clearly competent and experienced lawyers. They're not going to just accidentally overlook, oh, he got her phone. Like, no, when you see the police have searched, you are going through and making sure that they dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, especially with cell phones, because they're just a ripe area for search. And the reason why is because warrants have particularity requirements. You don't get to just be like, well, I think this person committed a crime, so I want to go look around their house. No, you have to describe with specificity what you are looking for, where you expect to find it, and why you think it's going to be there. That's really what the probable cause evaluation is all about. And so if I'm looking for, I'm looking for a gun. I'm looking for a gun in somebody's car. That does not give me carte blanche to, look in their wallet. They left their wallet in the car. I don't get to look in their wallet now to see if there's a gun in there. Of course, there's not a gun in there. It's not going to fit in there. It's very obvious that that couldn't hold a gun. But my warrant allows me to basically be as particular as the need for it requires. So this is often a ripe area with cell phones for a couple reasons. Obviously, as we've already said, there's a ton of information in your cell phone, often well beyond what they're looking for. If they just need your text messages between you and person Y at a certain period of time, they don't need all the other universe of information on your phone. But the thing is that the way the extraction methods work, they aren't selective like that. The entire phone is going to be extracted. And then we are just sort of depending on the police to go through and only look at the specific stuff that they're allowed to look at. So there can be a couple problems here. One is just the warrant itself can be written in a way that is way too overbroad. Like, based on your probable cause, we might be able to look for messages between you and John, for a month prior to the killings. Well, you might ask in your search warrant to look at all the communications between Karen and John, like for the entire length of their relationship. That's going to be overbroad. There's going to be a ton of stuff in there that is not related to, whether there is some motive to murder or something like that. And it's really common. I see that, somewhat frequently, frankly, with search warrants for phones, that they're just written to give you so much more information that you really need, because it's easier to just say, I would like to see all of your texts, all of your social media posts, all of your photos, etc., and not narrow it down to the very specific ones that you're trying to identify. The other way it can be a problem is you have those limits in your warrant, but when you go and execute the warrant, you exceed the scope of that. You go beyond what you're legally allowed to look for. I don't know if that might be also a possible explanation for what's going on with Trooper Proctor here, that he did have some legal authority to look at some part of her phone, but he went beyond that. He didn't have a warrant to do what he specifically did, which is go in and, look for her nudes. So these are all questions, and we're going to have to find that out when and if we ever get to law enforcement witnesses in this case, beyond the first responders that we heard from. Michael Corey, maybe they planted the Chloe thing to see if another witness would mention it later and prove collusion. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think there's a lot of possibilities here. It could just be a head fake. It could be that they have something that they're planting the seed. They're waiting for people to get nervous. They're waiting to see if they react to it. I don't know. I guess we'll know when the case wraps, if that's what happens or not. Jeff, when will they introduce Karen and John's cell phone ping data, which will clear up all this guessing and fake stories? I don't know. That would be the kind of thing that you would expect to get from the investigating officers. They would be researching the phone data and stuff. Now, I've talked about pings on my channel before, just because there's a lot of different things that can mean. And some of it is very precise. Some of it is not precise at all. Some of it's going to depend on where you are and the density of the cell coverage in the area. Brian Albert mentioned during his testimony, I think it was him, that there's a dead zone in his house, which would imply this is an area where there's not cell coverage. I mean, it implies there's not cell coverage at all, let alone, overlapping cell coverage of the kind that will typically let you triangulate a fairly precise position. So I don't know if ping data is going to be able to get them something very precise here. Now, GPS data can often be a lot more precise than pings. I don't know if they're going to be able to give us any of that. That was one of the questions I had when I hear Lally in opening telling me we're going to see that Karen Reed accelerated backwards 24.4 miles an hour, a distance of 60 feet. I want to know where that came from. I want to know, does that 60 feet come from GPS, or does that 60 feet come from, I did some math based on the size of the tire and the rate of the spinning and so forth. I did a math problem. So I think that, yeah, could potentially have the possibility of clearing a lot of this stuff up if it's available. If this isn't a dead zone where it's hard to get access to that type of data, it's not, it's not transmitting. You don't have good transmission to the cell tower. GPS is going to be different because it's not land-based, it's satellite-based. So you should have a lot more consistency in the ability to send and receive the signal. But weather can interfere with that, and whether it can interfere with all electromagnetic stuff. So yeah, I don't know if we're going to see it. We'll wait and see. I would love to have heard some of this expert stuff already, and then I wouldn't have to be sitting here wondering, why are these people being all shady? That wouldn't be my concern. Wouldn't be the shadiness of the witnesses. It would be, is this shadiness undermining the case that the Commonwealth has already made to show me that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe? It would be a very different case that we'd be in if that's how they had proceeded. Mabulous. Haven't seen a murder yet, but I think we'll be witnessing one Tuesday morning. Smash the like and subscribe. Yeah, man, he is going to be a smiling assassin. Just wait. He is going to walk her down the primrose path. He might get mad at her at some points. I don't know. It'll just depend, I think, on her and how she reacts. I can see an upside if she carries over this, what just strikes me as a very cold, very hard demeanor. Very like laser focused. I don't want to say reptilian because that just sounds so bad, but God, that's kind of what I got. I just gotta say it how I see it. Came across very, very cold focused, very non-expressive, very flat in her affect, despite these moments of, kind of expressing emotion that I already said. This did not strike me as sincere. It did not come across as sincere to me. It wasn't Amber Heard bad, okay, with like the deep heaving, sobbing and the terrible faces with no tears coming out and stuff like that. But you are, you're trying to show me like a hitch in your voice, a sob, but you don't have any of the physical manifestations of that kind of emotion. Your face is not getting splotched. Your eyes are not red. They're not watery. Like, just none of this stuff. You're not blinking. None of this stuff I would expect to see. Your lip trembling with that kind of a show of emotion, of a fighting back tears kind of emotion. Did not come across as very sincere to me. If she maintains that kind of demeanor on direct examination, the question for Mr. Jackson is going to be, do I fight fire with fire? Do I go ahead and get mean right back at her? Or does it serve me to be sweet as pie? I'm going to be sweet as pie and let this lady look like a mean old bitch. It's not a bad strategy, I got to say. I'm not going to say I've never deployed that one myself. When you have somebody who is difficult and unlikable, be the more likable person. If nothing else, the jury can remember that. Not a bad strategy, even if you don't have a whole lot to work with, fact-wise, evidence-wise. Just be the most likable person in the room and cross your fingers, and you never know, maybe the jury will see things your way. But that's going to be the $1 million question, isn't it? How is she going to handle this? How is she going to come across? What is she going to look like? What are her explanations for these things going to be? I'm not impressed with the explanation for the Google search. I'm not impressed with that. It doesn't fit with the rest of her story. Every other time she's telling me what Karen Reed is doing or saying, she's screaming, she's hysterical, she's saying, I hit him, she's saying, is he dead? Is he dead? And the one time she has something rational to talk to you about, it's Google hypothermia, how long to die in the cold. I just don't know. I don't know that I buy that. And so then what are her other explanations going to be? What's her explanation going to be for you literally went to the point, you went to the whole effort to tell us about how you turned your whole body in the chair to be looking back at Sarah and Julie so that you weren't looking out of your passenger window or the windshield as you were driving by where John O'Keefe's body is supposed to be at that point in time, because we already know you didn't mention that to anybody, and you certainly didn't call 911 at the time. You've already told us your turn to engage in that conversation, but you missed the blob part. You missed the blob. You missed the I see something. What was that? And if you didn't miss the blob, you certainly didn't bring it up to law enforcement the next day. How's she going to explain that? I didn't hear. How did she not hear? She just put herself in the middle of the conversation. Her husband wasn't even part of the conversation. I mean, I guess I don't. Maybe he didn't remember. It was the other girl. The two girls. The two girls apparently remember this. You know, they didn't let Sarah get into the details about it because it's hearsay. But I went and checked my notes. They did go back. They asked her, did she say something, or did she observe something or something like that? And yes, they just didn't let her get into the details of what it was. So they did seem to be setting the stage to say, yeah, Sarah Levinson heard it too. She also remembers this being called out. You, Jen McCabe, they're part of the conversation. You don't remember that. You only remember the bread. You remember the bread, but not the blob. Interested to hear that explanation for sure. Very interested to hear that explanation. So I guess we're going to have to wait a while, though, at this point. Going to have to wait a while. We got a long weekend ahead. Oh, I wanted to go back because I wanted to look at that group text that they brought up with Matt McCabe. Not the one about tell them to say the guy didn't come out, but there was another one about the dead guy. And Judge Bev didn't necessarily like that one very much. So they had this whole conversation about seeing the troopers out front, and I'm going to take a picture, and so on and so forth. Then later on, it said they were discussing Michael Proctor talking to Carrie Roberts and commented on the investigation. Very weird that she's barely been interviewed. The whole dead thing was weird. And I hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason. And then Brian Albert saying saying that if they barely interviewed her, that's on them. That's not a good statement from Brian Albert. That's on them. So you're not interested in helping them do a thorough investigation here. That's on them. Hello, that's defense lawyer talk. That is not law enforcement investigator talk. That is not, you're clean, you have nothing to hide, you want this murder solved, you're going to help them not make mistakes. Not, they didn't ask this, they barely interviewed her, that's on them. That just does not come off well at all. But I wanted to go back because I remembered Carrie Roberts had made a statement in the statement of facts. I'm going to just go ahead and pull it up and share it here real quick. Later that day, they interviewed Ms. Carrie Roberts. Ms. Roberts stated to them that at approximately 5 a.m., she received a phone call from the defendant stating that John did not come home. It was snowing and she was worried. The defendant further stated to Ms. Roberts, John's dead. Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow. I think that must be the part that they're saying, well, that's weird. The whole dead thing, that's weird. I mean, is it weird if people already knew he was dead? I don't know. Miss Roberts got dressed and left in her vehicle, and eventually meeting the defendant at Miss McCabe's home. This was a big blank part of that testimony to me too. If Jen McCabe is saying that she doesn't know Carrie Roberts and they've only met once before, how does she know where you live? How does she know to go to your house? There's like a big gap in this conversation that's missing, that is not consistent with Karen Reed doing nothing but screaming, Jen. Ms. Roberts stated she believed the defendant was still intoxicated in the morning and had told her that she did not remember last night. Ms. Roberts reported the defendant as stating to her, I was so drunk, I don't even remember going to your sister's last night, referring to Ms. McCabe's sister, the homeowner of 34 Fairview Road. Where's my mouse? It's over here. She and Ms. McCabe were scanning the sides of the road. Okay, so they went to the home. Wait, I lost my place. Ms. Roberts followed the defendant's black Lexus SUV back to Mr. O'Keefe's house. They were inside the house for a period of time looking for him to no avail. Again, the explanation for why this is what they decided to do does not make any sense to me. That's where you came from. Karen wouldn't have called you freaking out if he was there. She's telling you, according to you, my taillight's broken. I hit him. We need to go to Fairview. You last saw him outside Fairview. Why is that not the first place you go? Big questions about that for me. So no real explanation here. Inside the house for a period of time. Nothing here about we looked at the taillight. Nothing about she told me her taillight was cracked. She waved us over to show it to us. Ms. Roberts then drove her vehicle with Ms. McCabe in the front passenger and the defendant in the rear passenger to 34 Fairview. They were scanning. Defendant periodically screamed and texted on her phone as they drove. Weather is whiteout conditions. There it is again. No, they were not whiteout conditions. We saw them. They were not whiteout. They were a very mild, pretty wet storm. As they arrived in the area of 34 Fairview, Ms. Roberts stated that the defendant screamed, there he is, I see him, from inside, and screamed to be let out. Even after initially exiting the vehicle, Ms. Roberts stated she still could not see the victim in the conditions, and further stated that his body was covered in snow. It was approximately 12 feet from the roadway. She observed him to have a swollen right eye with a laceration above it and blood around his nose and mouth. They immediately began CPR and Ms. McCabe called 911. His right eye was swollen shut and there was blood coming from his nose and mouth. Oh, I remember this. When the paramedics arrived and lifted the victim's body onto the stretcher, Ms. Roberts observed the grass underneath the victim's back, not covered in snow as the remainder of the area was. That's not what we saw in the photos. And that's just a very odd memory to be able to pull out of nowhere, because it's the type of thing you would remember because it's specific. It's a contrast. It calls your attention to it. So you notice it. Oh, I would have expected there to be snow under him because there's snow everywhere else, but there's not. There's green grass. It's remarkable. You paid attention. But it's not real because we've seen those photos. We've seen them out there with the snowblower getting rid of the snow underneath where John O'Keefe was. So now the defendant repeatedly asking all of them on the scene, is he dead? Repeating it numerous times. Grabbed Ms. Roberts by the arm at one point and asked her if they were really working on John or was he already dead. So I kind of wanted to see that mainly because I wanted to see what is the dead thing. The whole dead thing was weird. Is it the fact, I mean, did that, what's weird about it? I don't know. I would like to know. I would have liked to have been able to clarify with him on cross-examination. What's weird about the dead thing? Weren't that those his own words? I mean, that was Matt McCabe's text. Those should be his own words. I don't think that was from Brian Albert. That was from him. And so why can't we ask him to explain what's weird? What's weird about the dead thing? Was she not supposed to say that? Was she not supposed to put those words in Karen's mouth? Does that make it weird that you didn't go back to 34 Fairview right away when people are supposed to know that she was there the night before? Jen is supposed to know you were there the night before. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Well, still so many questions waiting to be answered in this case. And I mean, you know, you never get perfect knowledge from any kind of case. We've talked about the Rashomon issue, and there is some truth that, frankly, even the saying is that, you know, there's your version of events, their version of events, and then the reality, and those are all three different things. And I do think that there is some truth to that. I don't know that we're ever going to know. I don't know that we're ever going to get the answers, because even what we're getting here from the Commonwealth for sort of the explanations of this last night, they're just so all over the place. They're so varying. They're too different. There's too many conflicts. A Jeep was there, a Jeep was not there. Not very good reasons for why you weren't able to see the front lawn. I just don't know if we're ever going to really know for sure what happened. And so I don't know if my questions are going to be answered. But the problem is that that's really a concern for the Commonwealth, because if I am going into the jury deliberation room and I still have a lot of questions about what happened, I still have a lot of questions about who do I believe and why should I believe these people, and how do I reconcile what seemed to be, it just seems to be sketchy cover-up behavior. It seems to be stuff that suggests you have something to hide. Maybe it's something totally different. Maybe it has nothing to do with John O'Keefe. There's other things going on that they want to hide. I don't want to rule that out. Maybe the cops, you know, I'm not going to say this is what happened or anything, but I'm just saying, hypothetically, there can be other explanations. They had drugs in the house, you know, they needed to delete all those texts. They needed to get rid of that evidence. That's what they were scrambling to hide. Not that John O'Keefe, you know, was beat up in their house and dumped out on the lawn. Just a coincidence. I mean, stuff like that does happen, but that just takes me back to where I started a little bit earlier today, that had these guys done the investigation right in the first place, kept these guys separate, got them on record before they had the chance to talk to each other and potentially have that coordination in their accounts, then we'd have far fewer questions. Because if they had given us consistent stories right away about what had happened here, then it's just a lot harder to say that all of this shady stuff down the road is a factor of them trying to get their story straight. They already had their story straight, so it wouldn't have been necessary. Therefore, to the extent they're hiding something, it's something that is unrelated to what happened that night at 34 Fairview. But because of this poor investigation, we may not ever know that. But we'll find out more on Tuesday, that's for sure. I will plan to be here another half day. I can handle that. I can be up at 5:30 on Tuesday for another half day of this trial. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm really looking forward to this cross. I expect a masterclass. Okay. My expectations are up here. Okay. You got a lot of material. You got a lot of time to plan with it. You've had a view of this witness now. You've seen how she operates. You've seen how she holds herself. Let's see what you got, Mr. Jackson. Let's see what you got. I'll look forward to seeing you guys all on Tuesday. Have a great weekend. Get some rest. get outside, enjoy some beautiful spring. We got blue sky out there, nice breezes blowing. It's a great time to be out in the great outdoors. So that's where I'm going to be spending some time now. Look forward to seeing you guys next week, and we'll catch up then.